Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Chief Justice Martha Koome has defended the judiciary against graft accusations by the executive. The CJ affirmed that the judiciary is independent in the execution of its mandate of justice. This following a series of sustained attacks by the executive on the judiciary, where President William Ruto accused and named judges of corruption.
One thing we will not open ourselves to is our decision-making independence. We will never discuss the merit of a case. That will be determined by the judge based on the evidence, based on the law, and based on their own understanding. Who called me to encourage me during this time of attacks? And some of you told me democracy all over the world is under attack. But this reminds me, this is why we should be more vigilant and more defensive of the independence of the judiciary here in Kenya.
Koome further said that the judiciary was ready to deal with corrupt officials in the service.
They say it takes two to tango, and therefore we are asking Kenyans, let's have a very candid conversation. So we are ready as a judiciary to open ourselves for this introspection and to see who is failing in their duty.
A Tanzanian national has been sentenced to 45 years in prison for being in possession of narcotics while traveling in Mombasa. Maimuna Amir was apprehended at the Moi International Airport back in March 2021, carrying 5,389 grams of heroin worth 16 million shillings. The ODPP said that Amir had concealed the drug haul in a black bag. Mombasa Law Court's principal magistrate Martin Rabera, in his judgment, sentenced her to 35 years in prison for drug trafficking, with an additional 10 years for being in possession of drugs. The 10-year sentence, however, carries an alternative fine of 48 million shillings. Kenyans seeking health services in public hospitals risk being affected if the government fails to reach an agreement with the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union. Union Secretary General Davji Atela says they've given the government a 1-month ultimatum to restore their comprehensive health cover, failure to which they'll down their tools.
We condemn in the strongest terms the blatant disregard to the welfare of healthcare professionals who, despite the unwavering commitment to the healthcare and well-being of the Kenyans, find themselves subjected to deplorable working conditions and have now been forced to down their tools. As the aspect of comprehensive cover is not a favor we are asking from government, because we actually relinquished our medical allowance, and then we are also going to contribute almost 10 times in the statutory reductions of shift, and then you are doomed to be given some insurance that only covers a baseline. That means you have to go get another private insurance to cover you, or you have to be ready to sell your property to get the cover. So that one doesn't make sense. Kempidul Katuduka declare that we will not accept these injustices to persist any longer.
A massive fire broke out last night, destroying a large section of Juakali Market situated along Landis Road in Nairobi. The inferno, which began around 6 p.m, raged on for hours despite efforts of firefighters who struggled to control it until past 10 p.m. Traders at the open air market, known for its metal fabrication businesses, were left helpless as they attempted to salvage whatever they could from their burning kiosks. The cause of fire is yet to be determined, and in another fire incident, an inferno has razed down a commercial building in Kitengela, Kajiado County. The building, located next to a bank along Nairobi-Namanga Road, caught fire last night. Several rescue teams, including a fire brigade from Mavoko Sub-County alongside area police officers, responded to the scene. The government has been urged to collaborate with universities and other tertiary institutions in constructing hostels to address their demands owing to the huge population of students. The Technical University of Kenya Vice Chancellor Benedict Mutua emphasized to members of the National Assembly that such a partnership would significantly contribute to closing the hostel gap. Mutua made the comments while presenting his submission to the House Joint Committee on Finance and Housing regarding the Affordable Housing Bill 2023, a bill that he supported. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
Windows
sleep inside.
up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry. Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, hawa watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is one of the hottest show that we can never miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos. Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you are showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say. You cannot pickpocket a naked man. How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and we're in the middle of the week. What's happening on the roads this morning? Actually, not too bad. I think folks have either gotten off to an early start or we're not seeing too much in terms of a hold-up. Well, that's for sure. As you come off Jogo Road and get onto Landis, we shouldn't have too much of an issue. There's a bit of a hold-up as you get towards the Kamkunji roundabout, and there's also some starting at the Pangani Tunnel when you come off the Thika Superhighway. Apart from that, Westlands looks good as you're coming off of Wayaki Way. And let's look north towards Lower Kabete and then out towards Spring Valley. That's also flowing smoothly. Likely to see a hold up later, so if you've not left, now might be a good time to do so. As you're coming off of Mombasa Road, you're also going to be fine. Not much happening there, all the way through to the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. And then from the Eastern Bypass also, it's looking good. So if you've not started your Wednesday, please do it now before, we get into crazy moments. Just in case anything does go off this morning, let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way.
Mambo.
What's on?
I don't know, I'm feeling like there's something, like a loose strand of hair.
Did you hug somebody with hair that's longer than yours?
No.
Is it getting into your eyes?
Sijui maisha inanipelekaje.
Ndio unakuanga na nywele.
Kupeleka left right.
Oh my goodness.
Imenianzia mapema sana this morning. Otherwise, how are you doing?
Fine.
Me too.
How was your day yesterday?
It was good. Yes. Na wewe je, Bwana Muga?
Mimi nashukuru.
Very good. Kushukuru ni muhimu. Na ni haki. Kushukuru.
Haki yetu.
You started those things? What? Okay. So the rain is gone.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone.
I can see all obstacles in the way.
On my way. What's the next line?
Something on the
It's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day. Thank you.
Sawa. Hello, everybody. With those opening remarks from Madam Ndu Oko, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Happy Wednesday. It's the final day of January. This is it.
It's finally here.
Finally. This is it. It's the end of Jan. You will never see another end of January in 2024. This is it. This day shall never come again. So make hay while the sun shines. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. A lot's happening in terms of law and constitutional interpretations, this and the other. Is the constitution being violated? Somebody who participated in drafting this current constitution is lawyer Bobby Mkangi. He will join us at 7 a.m. to talk about these and many other stories. Okay. The shilling, what's it trading at now? Against the dollar?
163.
Against the dollar?
It's going down. Huh?
That's the CBK rate.
Yes, but if you're out in town,
go to the banks and they tell you, let me attach.
166, 167.
And if you're really desperate, 170.
Guy!
I hear if you go to some bureaus in Islay, you'll get it at 168, 169.
And those are the cheaper ones?
Huh?
Are those the cheaper ones?
Cheaper in the sense that you get more shilling for the dollar.
No. You're getting...
Yes.
What are we looking for? We are looking for the dollar.
No, we're looking for the... if you have the dollar. We're saying if you have the dollar.
No, we don't want to sell the dollar. Who wants to sell the dollar? We want to buy the dollar.
If you want to buy the dollar... Oh, no. If you want to buy the dollar, you're buying at 169, they say. That's if you're outside of the city. But within the city, you're getting at 165, 166. Yeah.
Sheesh. Let's not even talk about the British pound.
No, let's not.
Okay. Wangare Moikia is a public finance management specialist. She will be joining us at 8 a.m. to talk about the fall of the shilling and what it means in the economy. What exactly is going on? What should we expect? Is it going to get worse? Or is it at any time going to get any better? That's the 8 a.m. conversation. 9 a.m. we'll be joined by the Chief Inspiration Officer of the Africa for Haiti lobby. Chief Inspiration Officer.
I have many questions.
Yeah. People call themselves Chief Executive Officer.
executive director, but they don't inspire their troops. This one is a chief inspiration officer, leading from the front. We're urging people to come on, egging them on, and telling them we shall do it.
Maybe you should be a chief inspiration officer.
You see, I'm campaigning for that job. I'm getting into that role, right? His name is Edward Githaiga. He'll join us at 9 a.m. So, court said, you know what, this organ called the National Security Council cannot deploy police officers out of this country. What do you mean?
The only people that can be deployed are defense forces. And even then.
Yeah. And the police are not defense. Or they're not forces. So was blocking the police deployment to Haiti fair or unfair? To whom?
Good question.
You know, the officers are also going to earn kidogo when they go.
Sure.
We know police officers who've gone to peace missions outside the country and they come back. Go to villages and say, huyu jamaa unajua alikuwa ameenda Slovakia. Huyu alikuwa ameenda
Turkmenistan.
Hey. So, that is the conversation that we'll be having today. Sawa. The live stream is up.
It is.
Yeah.
Edna did magic.
Edna has magicianed herself. 16 minutes after 6. If you're online, let us know what you where you're tuned in from. I was about to say what you're doing. Well, you're listening to us. So let's know where you're tuned in from, and we shall be acknowledging your presence soon when Ndu gives us a weather forecast.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see a clearing up of that, going to highs of 24 and lows of 15. It's partly cloudy at 15 in Nakuru with highs of 27. We'll see highs of 26 and a partly cloudy Nyeri at 14. We're looking into a foggy Eldoret this morning at 12 with highs of 25. And out in Mombasa is partly cloudy at 26 with highs of 32, and Malindi is partly cloudy at 27 with highs of 32. Kisumu is clear at 20 with highs of 29, and Kakamega at 18 is clear. We'll see highs of 29 as well. It's cloudy this morning in Kampala at 21, and in Dar es Salaam mostly cloudy at 27 with highs of 32. Mostly clear at 14 in Johannesburg with highs of 26, and out into Mogadishu at 26. It's sunny already with highs of 32, 11 degrees and mostly cloudy in Addis Ababa with highs of 24. And there's a hazy Lagos this morning at 26 with highs of 34. Cloudy conditions at 26 in Kinshasa with highs of 29. It's 0 and partly sunny in Beijing Wednesday afternoon, going to highs of 2 and lows of -7. Cloudy conditions at 7 in Paris and 7 and cloudy in London. Tuesday night is cloudy at 2 degrees in New York, coming into Wednesday, highs of 4 and lows of 1.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
6.
Okay. People, oh my goodness. People are awake. Zeke says good morning. Happy Wednesday. Baraka kwenu leo. Asante sana. Robert Mbogo is tuning from Mombasa. Embu is where Mutua Benjamin is. And Sami Lidanya says good morning. Have wonderful people. January is over. Thanks to God. Have a blessed February. Okay. Monica Oile says nawapenda asubuhi ya leo. Na kesho? Juguna Ndungu? Ah? Okay. Not that. This one is in Doncaster in the UK.
Oh.
That's how we know it's not this one.
Do we know where this other one is?
That's a good question. Could be in Doncaster. No. We saw pictures of him in Italy.
Yeah, Italy is just a hop
Italy
away.
is a train ride away. Well, you never know. Josephat Moiruri says, good morning. I remember when Siti told us that ata matumbo ni nyama. Sindio?
No, soul is not a proverb.
John Zabuel says, good morning, team plus Japani. Okay. The frequency of fire outbreaks in Nairobi is now alarming. Is it? Toti Bishop says, okay, I don't know if what he's written down is kosher.
Yeah.
Can I say it? I don't know. I'm very careful nowadays.
Who knows?
Jokama.
What one is he talking about? The Zakayo.
Yeah, Zakayo has graduated. Okay. But the first thing he said, I don't know what that means. But he's saying good morning all the same. Simon Kwemoy says good morning from Kisumu. I like that name. Brian Otieno says leap year. Okay. All right. Tito's tuning from Dubai. Hinga is also saying good morning. Great Kenyans. Nico tuned in. Hapa in SA like a show. Leaping into the KK admin, says Brian Otieno. Josegi says good morning. Watching from Meru. Ask Honorable Latif. Okay. To expound more about bullfighting.
Why, you have a bull?
Do you want to fight it? Even Tabo says Bwakire. Oh, now a penda. Kenneth Bushnell is tuned in this morning. Ann Gore is tuned in and says last day of January, Makofi. David Jenga says Jumbo from Boston. And Sir George Gashoyuri says good morning to everybody. Eshvan Gikonyo is also tuned in. Sebe Yusuf is tuned in as well. Jeffrey Mogaka, good morning. Says this morning I'm sending my condolences to Frank Mokaya, who lost their father Saturday. Well, you know, condolences to everybody in the family. Jennifer Atenyi is also tuned in this morning. Dr. Venvik says, it's about time the government declared red eye as a pandemic. I'm not sure if it's reached pandemic status yet, but there are quite a number of cases. Philip Tonui says, Chamgay, SpiceFM crew, Ndu, Latif, Mze watching, Kobel T, Edna, have a good day all. Jacob Wako is also tuned in to the biggest conversation. Solomon is here. Jakawere, Wiki Aarons, Mashari and Jeru, Dennis Ochieng, Brian, everybody tuned in this morning. Got to say hello to Duncan Obat, Samuel Wanje, Omar Chanze, Eric Tumbo, George Ndungo, Dennis Ochieng, everybody. Karibuni sana.
Basi. City?
Yes.
Which country are we in this week?
Sorry?
In which country are we in this week?
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, all right, yes.
We are in Zimbabwe.
Right.
You know, they actually have a motto. Not motto as in
Like
fire.
walking in the light, those things.
That one.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Unity, freedom, work. Okay. When you're united, you'll have freedom. When you have freedom, you must work. Have you understood?
Got it.
Got it?
Gotcha.
Right. Passion is of greater consequence than facts.
Passion is of greater consequence than facts.
Yes, and I'm not speaking of the fruit.
That be true with
No,
the as well, but
I'm
okay.
talking about high emotions.
So make decisions with your head and not your heart.
Yes. Just bear in mind, you might need to bring a little heart every once in a while, but consequences, please remember, when passions rule, the consequences will be enormous.
So in Nigeria, you know they chop love.
Is consequence necessarily negative?
No, it isn't negative, but either which way,
So it's better to go with your passion.
by all means, sir.
It's how Eric.
It is perfectly all right, and as you wish. I've just said, remember, the consequences will be greater. Yes. Either which way, Eric, whether it's negative, it will be greater, whether it's positive, it will be greater. Yes.
Yeah.
So if you like greater,
go big or go home.
Go with passion.
Sour. Headlines.
All right. On the front page of the Standard this morning, an interesting headline. And what does it say? Shock blunder that could set criminals free. More than 10,000 people charged with robbery in Kenyan courts since July 2018, and another 2,000 robbery convicts could soon go back on our streets following what a rights lobby says is a fatal blunder that has seen authorities continue arresting, charging and convicting suspects using a law declared unconstitutional in 2016. This as rapists and murderers seek to pay cash bail for offences. Ateke. Okay, we'll look at the details of that story. How high taxes eroded Kenyan spending power. Top cop is playing hide and seek with the courts. Why would you do that? The War Memorial Hospital management failed to reclaim it from the Nakuru County government for the third time yesterday after County Police Boss Samuel Ndanyi failed to enforce the third court order. As Emil, courts are a new arena against Ruto. We use the streets, now we'll use the courts, essentially, is what they are saying. There was a presser yesterday given from the Azimio Summit, and there we have leaders addressing Mwangi Wairia, Wycliffe Oparanya, Martha Karua, Eugene Wamalwa, and Jeremiah Kioni. On the front page of The Nation, how Ruto broke housing pledge. Shifting goalposts. In its manifesto, the ruling coalition did not directly signal a levy deducted from workers' salaries to finance housing projects, and also proposed a modest contribution capped at 3,000 shillings per household each month to fund healthcare. But the state has now imposed monthly punitive levies of 1.5 and 2.75% on gross earning that have sparked public uproar. So, you broke your word, essentially, is what we're being told. Kome warning as UDA Senator JSC plot in motion. Chief Justice Martha Kome vows the independence of the courts is not negotiable, even as the senator lobbies a change to composition of the Judicial Service Commission to tame the judiciary. We know who that senator is. We'll look into the details of that later. All right, a man who fled the US after a woman's murder has been arrested. He came to Kenya and they found him. All right, on the back page of The Nation, more opposition to judiciary services at Huduma centers. They're saying, no, we don't want it.
All righty. Sawa. The Business Daily. Public officers loot 605 million shillings in corrupt deals, according to the Public Service Commission. They made away with 605 million shillings in the financial year ended June 2023. 605 million was stolen by our workers. Giving a sneak peek into the billions of shillings siphoned from the exchequer without any prosecution. The Public Service Commission, in latest disclosures on the status of compliance of government entities with the values and principles of the Constitution, says a further 222 million had been stolen but was recovered. The latest loss through corruption compares with 1.22 billion lost in the previous financial year and 226 million in 2020, bringing cumulative figure. Wait a minute. They're only saying only 600 million was lost through corruption. Okay. And it's half of what was lost in the previous year. Wow.
Oh, no.
Wow.
That's rich.
There's that German pharmaceutical company, Bayer. Pronounce it.
Bayer.
It's Bayer.
Like in buyer beware.
Okay. So Bayer says buyer beware. They have announced plans to outsource distribution and customer support operations for pharmaceutical products, as well as marketing and sales of over-the-counter medicines to a third party in what will affect some of its employees. The giant pharmaceutical says the move, which takes effect in May, is aimed at simplifying its value chain and reducing lead time between production and distribution. The operations will now be handled by an undisclosed large distributor with a wide network in the affected markets, Bayer Southeast Africa and West Africa. Bayer Southeast Africa and West Central Africa, said on Tuesday. Okay. Basically, they are exiting direct distribution of drugs in Kenya. Long and short of it. State to loan hustlers to pay for mandatory health cover. The government plans to issue loans to non-salaried people who will struggle to pay for the compulsory social health insurance, where monthly contributions will be at 2.75% of the gross income.
From where?
Loan from where?
Hey.
Chief, from loans.
Where is the money from?
Hustler fund.
From hustlers. We'll read the story. We will read the story.
You guys don't live in Kenya?
Sorry, don't be angry.
We will read the story.
Yeah.
So, the other ticker headline: the ministry orders Cusco audit over illegal SACCO business. The regulator of not the regulator. This the SACCO of SACCOs. The state has ordered a special audit of the books of the SACCOs umbrella organization, the Kenya Union of Savings and Credit Cooperatives, for alleged involvement in illegal deposit-taking business. Cusco has been taking deposits.
The mother who as who?
There is no country here, my friend. Sassini cuts 267 jobs on mechanization. Sitting. The Star?
Yep. Many things. Top right-hand corner until green. I had thought that the banditry along the roads like the Isiolo, Garissa, Wajir Road had come to an end. Clearly it hasn't. There is this story on page 9 of a lawyer who had gone to,
What is wrong with this man?
A lawyer.
No, not that type. This gentleman is called Anthony Kibadi. Right? He was on his way to Isiolo from Wajir. He was driving and going to see a client in Wajir. He was driving back. Along the way, the Isiolo Modogash Road, he was attacked. He was rushed to the Galaxy Hospital in Isiolo, then to St. Teresa, Kirua Meru. At the hospital, he underwent operation early Sunday morning, 3 p.m. Suddenly, he suffered a cardiac arrest, and despite efforts by the doctors, he passed away at 4 p.m. on Sunday.
Who attacked him?
Bandits. So they say.
This is Wajir to Isiolo. Okay.
One had assumed that all this was a thing of the past. Clearly, it isn't a thing of the past.
Yep.
Anyway.
Other headlines?
Ruto plans to slam brakes on court cases. This is the story of how the government plans to seal legal loopholes that critics, they say, have used to exploit to slam brakes on his legacy projects. After a string of setbacks in the courts, the government has proposed to overhaul, tighten the laws guiding public participation. You know, many of those cases, public participation, or the head of it, you're told public participation not done, public participation not done. Pregnant woman murdered and body dumped in Naivasha. Yeah, this thing is a 20-year-old. Okay, South Lake Road. It's a long road, and they say stab wounds, injuries clearly visible. And at first glance, they're saying this lady was not murdered. The body was brought there. Then now for more exciting things, Wetangula leads 30 MPs in new push for lawyer unity.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he has decided that he must bring lawyers together. The understanding is that if he does this, a lawyer will succeed.
Kingpin.
And it might just be him.
Yes, but it's being stated thus that a lawyer would succeed.
Ruto.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's how you unify the unity. Okay. Then bang in the middle of the paper, Halwale, I did not kill my trusted farm hand.
You didn't.
Kakamega senator says he was not keen on responding to claims from unverified sources. Twist of the story. Twist. Farmhand killed by bull. Others say pana.
Farmhand killed by bull.
Yes.
Yeah.
Owner.
That's the other.
Yeah, so now, this story is going to go on for a while.
It's going to do the round.
Even him saying, farmhand was drunk with busa, bull smelled busa, bull thought it was molasses, bull came for...
No.
Bull came for
molasses.
How does he know all this?
Deduction. You just look at
busa.
You just look at it and say you can from this you can deduce.
Good people. Molasses does not smell like busa. It doesn't.
You're speaking to a sugar man.
It does not. The smells are so distinct. Unless they were feeding this cow busa.
That's possible.
This is another possibility.
So if you say that, and by the way, the meal that makes busa, you actually ferment it. Now when it's fermented, you can either do the thing and let it become drinkable, or you can leave it as a meal.
Yeah.
In fact, ugali is cooked with that mixture, yes. So you can even feed cows with that. But why do you want to feed a cow with alcohol? Because essentially it's alcohol.
Yeah. No. Look, unfortunately, there are too many cracks in the thing already.
There are too many things here. Anyway, again, in this bang medal thing, there's a picture of the president in Italy. President William is shown around the community of Sant'Egidio. This is headquarters in Rome by the Secretary General of the community. Then there's a picture of Azimio. They seem to have found themselves and they're all looking very serious. Some are looking as though they have stomach aches. But there's a picture of Azimio.
As if they have what?
Stomach aches. There's a wings somebody has when you're trying to pose as though you're okay, but your stomach is simply not letting you move. But we have an array of serious luminaries here.
Maliza press conference.
Twende bwana wewe nani? Haina ongea haraka.
No, just tell us about traffic.
If you allow him.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, not too crazy this morning. Folks getting in and out of the city. Kangunda Road, where we usually have a bit of a hold up, just past the Mama Lucy Hospital there is a hold up as you're trying to touch on outer ring. It's going to take some time to get out of it and likely to get heavier as we go through towards traffic hour. You're coming in from Kasarani out towards GSU this morning. The slow movement of vehicles, service lanes not so clear right now. So it looks like Thika Road will be one to contend with this morning. You might want to leave now. You'll get stuck in some traffic, but you'll be better off than the folks who are going to leave after 7. All right, if you're coming in from Limuru Road, you should be okay for now. Kiambu Road is also starting to pack up. On Gong Road, it's also starting to look busy quite early. We're going to see later traffic will pile on Uhuru Highway coming in from Mombasa Road because, it's just the state of things, everybody coming in at one time. We're going to keep an eye on things. Let us know what's going on, where you are. We'll share SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So let's look at this thing that's basically allowing rapists and murderers to buy their freedom. That's how it appears. Okay, so you may soon have a criminal who violently stole from you, raped, or killed, buying their freedom. This is if the High Court agrees a case that seeks changes in the penal code to allow convicts of capital offences to have an option of paying fines. Now, remember, 2 things here. Capital offences are 1, not bailable at the moment, and number 2, you must serve a sentence or you are put on death row. Okay?
No, they're bailable, aren't they?
Are they bailable right now?
They're bailable.
Or rather, you cannot pay a fine for those offences, is what we are saying.
If you're convicted, you must serve jail.
You must serve jail time, or you're put on, depending on the offence. Although people are not being,
we don't kill people.
We're not killing people anymore, but people are still being put on death row.
Life in prison.
Life in prison.
But the question that one asks is, have these people who want to pay for the sins of murdering people, do they understand why it is that people are given life sentences to begin with?
That's interesting, because the 2 people who are bringing this case before the court are actually murder convicts.
Okay.
And they argue that it is unfair and unconstitutional for a person found guilty of murder or robbery with violence not to be accorded an opportunity to pay for their sins with money. According to them, if I've raped somebody and I've been convicted, I should be able to pay a fine for this sentence.
If I've robbed someone violently, and if in the event somebody dies,
I should be able to pay
a fine so that I can be set free.
This is what they are saying. Section 24 of the Penal Code provides that for capital offences, a person may be sentenced to death or may get varying number of years, depending on, among others, the mitigating factors and circumstances under which a crime was committed. That's what the Penal Code says. However, Section 26 bars substitution of a fine where minimum sentence is provided. The shortest capital offence sentence in Kenya's records is of a woman who was jailed for 1 day after the court found that she had endured an irresponsible, violent and brutal husband. After options for punishment in minor offences include imprisonment or community service under order, detention, fines, forfeiture, compensation and keeping the peace. Now, Erastus Ngula and Paul Odhiambo argue that since the Supreme Court vacated mandatory minimum sentence for murder cases, then those convicted for such crimes should be able or eligible to pay fines. Your humble petitioners contend, I quote, that the Section 26 of the Penal Code, which prohibits the substitution of a fine where a minimum sentence is provided, together with any other law that prohibits a fine substitution, do not pass the criteria for acceptable limitation to right to equality and freedom from discrimination as envisaged in Article 27 of the Constitution. So, what they are saying, is that most offenders are parents and breadwinners in their families.
Yeah.
However you choose to look at it.
Yeah.
They're providing something.
Yeah.
Now, they say to protect the society, family units must be preserved in accordance with Article 45 of the Constitution. Imposing custodial sentences to offenders without substitution of a fine option is a clear contravention of this provision, as it disintegrates most families without giving them alternatives. Let's look at this again. The Penal Code prohibits the substitution of a fine where a minimum sentence is provided. If a minimum sentence is provided, then you cannot bring in a fine. Now, in this case, it's left open, because if a minimum sentence is not provided, you should be able to then pay a fine, and that is what they are saying.
You see, there's no minimum.
So there's no, there's none. That's what they're saying here.
There's maximum.
Yes.
Is it maximum is life in prison or death?
Sentenced to death.
There's no minimum.
No, there isn't.
And that's why we've seen this woman who was sentenced for 1 day in jail.
And because of the reason that was brought in as per why she did what she did.
I see the sense. Look,
mitigating
circumstances.
Because of the mitigating circumstances.
Yes.
If you can sentence somebody to 20 years in jail for manslaughter, for killing somebody, for robbery with violence, for whatever this serious criminal offense is, if you can sentence them to 15 years, why can't you give them the alternative of a fine? Make it a hefty fine. I see the sense in what they're asking.
Why?
If you think about it,
Look,
because you've not said that the only sentence here is going to be you die.
Got it.
If this person is still going to come out after 10 years, after 15 years, after whatever time.
This is the thing, Eric, that when you pull apart the pieces and you apply logic to it, that it does make sense. The only problem here is that in addition to this logic, we are applying passion, we are applying emotion because of the crimes and the nature of them. And the question that rings in our head, first of all, is how dare you think that you would have done something so terrible like murder, like rape, like robbery with violence, and you think that all you can do is come and get some money and pay for that. That's what you're met with chagrin when you're like, what? Are you kidding? No.
Well, yeah.
That's the thing.
Yes.
Okay? Now, let me just give you a few more details. Gula has been in jail for 6 years, having been sentenced to 20 years imprisonment. He says that he has a master's in business administration, which he earned from jail. He claims that at the time he was jailed, he had 6 school-going children, and he was a businessman. According to him, if he's allowed to pay a fine, he would gladly do so. Odhiambo was also jailed for 20 years in 2018 for murder. According to his court papers, he wants a chance to transform the society against crime. This is the third case in a span of 2 years seeking for various rights for prisoners. Friday, the High Court will determine if a prisoner can attend a burial. So it goes on and on, but this is it. It'll be interesting to see that if they do actually take this into consideration after the interpretation of the law, that it will be interesting to note that it's possible that at some point
yes,
then be able to pay for.
Let's start with the Supreme Court said that the death sentence would be unconstitutional, right? Because you have no right to take somebody's life. Sawa. Higher. Then we have this where we are saying that you have set a maximum and you have removed the thing for mandatory minimum for capital offences. So there is no mandatory minimum sentence for capital offences. Okay? So the judicial officer, the judge, the magistrate can look at a case and consider all the mitigating factors and decide, oh yes, I find you guilty of involvement in this particular robbery that had violent element in it, or in this particular killing of the person, whether it was murder or manslaughter, or whatever. And I sentence you to 20 years in jail, for example, in the case of Ngula. Can you say that you will serve 5 years in jail and then you can pay a fine of X amount of money? If you raise it, you can move. Can you say, I sentence you to 20 years in jail and in the alternative, you pay a fine of X amount? You can set it at 1 billion shillings or whatever, but you give that option. Does the person have a right to get the same treatment as others who were taken before court?
the questions of did the person have a right to take another life when they committed murder? Look,
no person has a right to steal.
Exactly.
No person has a right to break any piece of law. No person has a right to steal via corruption.
Yeah, I get it. What I'm saying, in the interpretation of the law, those are things that are going to come in. Because remember one thing that Isaac Lenola said when he was in this room, that very often judicial officers, the law is there for interpretation. But in most cases, what they will do is that they will take into consideration the atmosphere at the time.
Yeah.
They will take into consideration the prevailing circumstances.
Yes.
So it's not just reading the law and saying, okay, actually, 1 + 1 actually is 2, or 2 - 0 is 2.
Yeah.
They will take into consideration very many other factors when they are looking into this. And unfortunately or fortunately, those factors come into play here.
Let them come into play. And unfortunately or fortunately, the person who's before court also has a right. Because even as those circumstances come into play, right, so you're looking at this case. That's why, in fact, even in the case of, in many of these other cases, the judges have been arguing, look, I've got to consider the degree of this person's involvement in this particular crime. So yes, there's a murder. Is everybody involved equally in this? Can I apply the sentence differently? And if I can, then there are some people who I'll find, yes, you are involved in this, but you do not have a direct hand in it. However, you're involved in it. I slap with you, are fine. You go to jail. It's an option. This continues, and another story again, penal code. Remember, the penal code is before the Parliament for amendment. A blunder by the Office of the Attorney General might see thousands of suspects and robbery convicts freed. A human rights lobby argues that police have been arresting while prosecutors and courts have been respectively charging and convicting persons using a law that was declared unconstitutional in 2016 but was never repealed or amended. In a case filed yesterday, Katiba Institute seeks for the release and acquittal of anyone who was either charged and convicted for robbery with violence and attempted robbery with violence from 2018 following the AG's failure to have the law amended. Katiba further states that the AG was required to report to the High Court on the progress of the amendments, but this never happened. As of March 15, 2018, robbery with violence and attempted robbery with violence cases ceased to exist as crimes under the penal code. Okay? So judges said this thing over here, robbery with violence, that is not a crime. No legal basis exists for anyone to be charged with a crime called robbery with violence or a crime called attempted robbery with violence. Court papers indicate that over 10,000 people have been charged with robbery or robbery with violence since July 2018. Another 2,000 have been convicted and some have been sentenced to death. 2018 is just the other day, by the way. 10,000 people.
6 years ago. So what would happen, essentially? Sorry.
According to Katiba's lawyer, let me just continue. A 3-judge bench in 2016 declared sections of the penal code penalizing robbery with violence and attempted robbery with violence as unconstitutional as they were vague and did not clarify and differentiate the degrees of aggravation of the offence. In the case, the court found these many sections 295, 2961, 2962, 2971, 2972, 388, 389. They were ambiguous and made it impossible for those accused to adequately answer to the charges and prepare their defense. That case had been filed by several people, and it went before Justices Jesse Lesit, Luka Kimaru, and Stella Mutuko, who gave the AG 18 months to amend these parts of the penal code. The AG never appealed the judgment, and no amendments have been made to date. Katiba Institute says now they have created a constitutional crisis, destabilizing the criminal justice system, threatened the very concept of access to justice, and caused uncountable harm to innumerable people. Ask your question.
What should they have done in 2016 if they were saying that threshold had not been met to then, or rather had not been defined to say at the varying degrees of this robbery with violence? What should they have done? I wonder, to then classify.
Go on,
the
amend
degrees.
this. Come up with a clear crime. When you call a crime attempted robbery with violence.
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You attempted to rob this person violently. Did I rob them or did I not?
Did I not? Did I succeed or not?
Was the violent or did you just attempt?
Violent, yeah. Even this robbery with violence. So at what point is robbery violent and at what point is it not?
Yeah, because then if robbery is violent and then you end up killing somebody in the course of the robbery, then does it not become murder?
Mm-hmm.
Can you still classify it as robbery with violence, or should you not now take it to another class?
Let's even say you
and then you
have
convict
two-
somebody with that.
You can be charged with 2 counts. One
Yeah.
is robbery with violence and the other count is murder.
The grey areas.
Yeah. But now this one of robbery with violence. What is robbery with violence?
When you try to maybe, I don't know, that would be, okay, so that's interesting. And I can see why they would ask for that. Because when you're robbing somebody at gunpoint, are you wielding a machete?
Is
in
that
order
violent?
to get, it's violent.
How is that violent?
Wielding a machete
Yeah.
is not a violent act.
I'm carrying a machete.
Yeah. No, if you come at me and say, give me this thing, and I have a machete to your neck,
Okay.
and the option is either for me to die or give you the thing, that's,
Is it?
you robbed me in a violent manner.
So how do you define robbery with violence? So when someone is carrying a machete or someone had a knife, a pocket knife in their pocket.
Or puts a gun to your head and says,
someone had
open
a
this
pocket.
thing.
Someone had a pocket knife
Mhm.
and they came to rob you.
And pointed it at you?
No.
Or
they
did
had
what, just
they had a pocket knife.
where? In their pockets?
Yes.
Or, I don't know.
It's the same thing. If someone is walking around holding a machete, they're not wielding it at you. They're holding a machete.
I can understand why
And
they're
they said,
asking for degrees, but you see, this is the thing, because there are options here. There are very many angles here. They could be carrying a machete because, I don't know, walk your machete the way you walk your dog, fine. But if you bring it and you have it at my neck, and you're telling me that with this thing, I will cause you harm, should you not give me
now
this
that's the
other
point.
thing?
How will you prove that I actually held the machete to your neck?
You know, this, I think, is what Justice Leonola was trying to espouse when he was here. The very debate that we're having here is what the debate that court officers have in their head when they're sentencing. They ask all these questions and wonder, this person killed, what were the circumstances? What happened? Is this premeditated? Was it all these things. But then again, given how pressure cookered our court system is and the demands for the time, do the judges really have enough time to sit and plow through these things and think them through?
That's a problem as well.
But you know what I like about these things is that always the opportunity to look at our constitution and to debate it further is provided. Yes, and one is given the opportunity to examine their own position in some of these matters. Yes.
So several cases of death, and more death.
Well,
right?
it is distressing.
In Nakuru County, there are several. So one of them, detectives in Nakuru are recreating the last moments of Derek Malumasa Sabuni, a third-year nursing student at Kabarak University, whose body was found with stab wounds near Kambiamoto Trading Center on the Nakuru-Mogotio Road. Senior detectives visited the scene yesterday and collected evidence for forensic analysis. They're also investigating whether the deceased man could have been facing any threats to his life. 3 fourth-year students who were reportedly the last people to be seen with the deceased have been, listen to this, arrested.
Sorry, what?
The students who were last seen with this student, they've been arrested.
Okay.
The head of the Rongai office of DCI, Donata Otieno, told the nation the suspects were taken into custody to assist with the investigations and provide insights into the events leading to Sabuni's death. According to Otieno, the suspects claimed they were attacked by 2 unknown assailants and that they rushed the victim to the hospital where he later succumbed to his injuries. Their story does not corroborate findings of investigations done so far. There is no doubt they were friends, and we have since recorded statements from witnesses. They were arraigned on a miscellaneous application, but the court ordered that they be released on cash bail. Okay? So this is one young man, student at Kabarak University, who was out at Kambiamoto, getting back to campus at night. They say that he was accosted, he was killed, and he had deep stab wounds. One, okay? That is Nakuru County. Naivasha is also in Nakuru what? County. The body of a pregnant woman was found on Moi South Lake Road in Naivasha. The naked body, which had deep stab wounds in the neck and head, is suspected to have been ferried to the scene near Sanctuary Estate. Incident comes a day after a body of a missing girl was found dumped off the Nairobi-Nakuru highway near Kinale Forest. The body, covered with shrubs, was found by herders on Monday. Naivasha Deputy Police Commander Samuel Ororo said investigations point to murder. Speaking at the crime scene, Paul Omonde, a resident, said the woman did not live in the area. Omonde noted that the body had visible injuries. It's evident this woman was murdered elsewhere, and the body ferried to the scene as no one around knows this woman. Okay. A man accused of killing his 3-year-old daughter 6 years ago has a case to answer, according to a high court in Eldoret. Justice Robert Wananda stated in his ruling that Alfred Kiplimo would be placed on his defense. He is said to have hit his daughter, Prudence Chepchumba, with a stick, resulting in her death in February 2018 at his in-laws' home in Kaptumek, Nandi County. The judge noted that the prosecution had established a prima facie case against the accused person. Okay? Death, and? Or death. Court told how suspected serial killer confessed. The High Court in Eldoret has been told how suspected serial killer Evans Wanjala confessed to killing 5 girls. DCI Chief Inspector Romano Oduor of the Directorate of Criminal Investigations told Justice Ruben Nyakundi that the children aged between 10 and 15 were from Moy's Bridge, Wasingishu. Oduor, who was testifying in the case on the murder of Stacey Nabiso, said after his arrest in 2021, Wanjala led investigators to various scenes of crime and reenacted the murders.
Remember, there's been talk about setting up a nuclear plant.
Yeah.
Power plant, not plant, in Kenya.
Yes.
Well. This one, the people of Uyombo, the residents of Kilifi, don't seem to like that idea.
They don't want it.
No. They're saying there are too many things that have not been done. Public participation rears its head yet.
Nuclear to choma.
Sasa mtueleze vizuri, tuelewe mwasema nini bwana.
Yeah.
Mambo ya nuclear bwana tuelewe. So
talipuka kitu Chernobyl wajua.
Bwana unakumbuka Nagasaki ile bwana. Nuclear. No, unfortunately the conversations are ongoing. But people are protesting. There's a chief in that area, a place called Matsangoni. His name is John Munga. He actually summoned these activists, led by a lady who is known for her environmental activism, Phyllis Omido. And she came with other activists. They found the chief was not there. He had left by 10 o'clock.
He had gone for another meeting?
Yes, when they asked the deputy or the assistant chief, he told them, I'm not involved in this.
I don't know.
With the person who summoned you. But this matter keeps rearing its head. It is clear that there are many questions than there are answers. Is it possible for these questions to be responded to in a way that the citizens can answer? Yes, because the government has spoken and said quite categorically that they want to set up a nuclear power plant. We've understood that they want to set up a nuclear power plant. They've even said their benefits. That one understands. But it is important that the people who live in the environs understand.
But then,
yes,
how do we gauge the understanding of the people?
By the acceptance.
All right, so if people who are not residents of this area keep coming here and saying, lakini hamjaelewa, because meetings have been held.
It's not them who are saying hamjaelewa. It's the people who are saying hamjaelewa because they are...
After meetings are held,
yes,
at the end of a meeting, because meetings have been held on this particular matter, in this particular area.
Yes.
When people are going home, do they say, hatujaelewa tarudi? Or do they say tunaelewa? Or do they just go?
No, I think the last thing you said.
They just go.
Yes. Honestly, look, is it not the same thing that even with public participation, why is it so easy for people to just say, tulifanya public participation and we go? Do you think that there is a confirmation of understanding of what has actually been carried out that day? There rarely is. And if people have come and they've said, okay, to me attend the meeting.
We've said we met them 3 times, the threshold is 3 meetings.
That's it.
Doesn't equal understanding.
That's it.
Are there no documentations that show? So there's a register.
There's a register.
There's a register. In fact, people will write their name very diligently.
Yes.
And then, so how would we gauge acceptance? So people have to do a vote at some point.
Not even a vote. Usually, if you've taken time and you've got a curriculum of sorts that you want to pass across, then after people have attended, you go back to them and raise the same things again. What did you understand about this? What did you understand about this? Harm, good, this, the other, balance, blah, 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 blah. Yes.
It's true.
And that's what I'm asking. So what role do external forces play in this
They are
composition?
environmentalists. They are not bound by geography.
Yeah. So what role do those external forces? Once we've had this meeting and people say, sawa bana tumeelewa bana. Then tomorrow, we tuliambo chanoli bana.
Actually,
let's just do the news.
Public participation is difficult.
Very hard.
Yes.
7 a.m.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. A community-based organization has sued the Kenya National Examination Council over the integrity and credibility of the 2023 KCSE results. In the petition filed at the Milimani Law Courts in Nairobi, Operation Linda Jamii is accusing Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Mashogu of unilaterally altering the KCSE grading system and contravening Section 10 of the NEC Act of 2023 that gives the Council the exclusive power to regulate the grading system of national examinations. The petitioner further argues that the lack of public participation prior to the rolling out of the new system violated Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya, which touches on national values and the principles of governance. Chief Justice Martha Koome says all courts in the country will be automated by March this year. Speaking during a meeting with heads of mission and development partners, Koome stated that this will ensure digital inclusion for the vulnerable in society.
We are also pursuing the goal of digital inclusion by ensuring that the vulnerable and the indigent are not hindered from accessing justice. And that's why we are rolling out desk and assisted service desks around the country to ensure that self-represented litigants can access e-filing and virtual courts, as we are looking forward to going nationwide by the 11th of March. We will automate all the courts all over the country. I think we need to clap for that.
Koome further said that trauma-informed sexual and gender-based violence and children's courts have been rolled out across the country due to the surge in femicide cases.
With the recent cases of femicides, and we are responding to this alarming situation by rolling out the trauma-informed SGBV and children's courts across the country. Indeed, we must take firm measures as a country to end the current threat of femicide that has engulfed our nation. In addition to ensuring that we have court stations within the reach of every citizen, we are also rolling out small claims courts and courts of petty session to hear and resolve minor and criminal matters promptly.
This event comes as DCI Amin Mohammed has now instituted a team to investigate the rising cases of femicide in the country. Amin revealed that a task force of specialized investigators drawn from the Homicide Directorate had been formed to come up with preventive strategies to address the atrocious crimes against women. He further noted that between 2021 and 2024, a total of 94 cases of killings of women and girls were reported to the multi-agency body, and 65 suspects arraigned in various courts across the country in connection with the murders. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union has issued a warning to the Nairobi County Government over what it terms as the unfair treatment of young medics posted to various hospitals across the devolved unit. KMPDU Secretary General Dr. Davji Atela says the young doctors are plagued with job insecurity as the county government has declined to renew their contracts from February, instead telling them to apply for the jobs afresh. This event comes as they issued a 1-month strike notice over their health insurance cover.
We condemn in the strongest terms the blatant disregard to the welfare of healthcare professionals who, despite the unwavering commitment to the healthcare and well-being of the Kenyans, find themselves subjected to deplorable working conditions and have now been forced down their tools. As the aspect of comprehensive cover is not a favor we are asking from government, because we actually relinquished our medical allowance, and then we're also going to contribute almost 10 times in the statutory reductions of shift, and then you are doomed to be given some insurance that only covers a baseline. That means you have to go get another private insurance to cover you, or you have to be ready to sell your property to get the cover. So that one doesn't make sense. Kempidul Katuduka declare that we will not accept these injustices to persist any longer.
And finally, police in Kericho County are detaining a man who allegedly beat his son to death for drinking too much and refusing to return to university to resume his studies. The suspect, popularly known as Kakamega, is said to have assaulted his son, a fourth-year student at Karatina University, for drinking alcohol instead of returning to the institution, which was reopened earlier this month. After a brief altercation, the enraged father grabbed a piece of wood, wrestled his son to the ground, and started beating him and inflicting serious injuries that resulted to his death. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Okay, what's happening with traffic on the roads this morning? It's busy as you come into the city from the Thika Superhighway. We saw that start very early, and now coming into the city all the way from Kasarani out towards GSU headquarters, past the KSMS, and then out through to Survey. It's trickling slowly into the city and likely to cause a jam as you get closer into it. On Kiambu Road this morning, it's busy getting towards Muthaiga Square, and we're also seeing movement coming off of Wayaki Way. It's going to end up in a hold-up as you then get towards Chiromo there, right? So that's to be expected. Uhuru Highway early is already packing up, and we're seeing little to no movement then as you come in from Cabanas out towards Airport Road, North Airport Road. So it looks like it's going to be a busy Tuesday morning. All right, stirrups up. So let's see what happens as we get closer to traffic hour. Also watch out there at Kangunda Road as you come in from Mama Lucy Hospital Junction out towards Outer Ring. Very slow movement there as well. All right, an eye on things. We're getting closer to traffic hour. We will talk SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation.
How are you doing? Welcome to... Oh, it's not Friday. It's Wednesday.
Wow.
Okay. It's the final day of January 2024. Finally,
done.
it's here. It's come. January is going. We are moving on to February. Kidogo, we are done with this year. We move. We move. Okay? We move. Ndu?
Mm-hmm.
So EcoBank has been sponsoring the ongoing AFCON.
Mm-hmm.
What's it called in full?
Africa Cup of Nations.
Yeah. AFCON is Africa Cup of Nations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go on.
It's organized by CAF, which is the Confederation of African Football.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else?
About AFCON.
About
Nigeria is winning.
EcoBank.
Oh,
Nigeria will be beaten by Cape Verde if nothing else.
Excuse me. Let's not have blasphemy on a Wednesday morning, shall we not? Okay, so imagine a bank that hires over 14,000 people around the continent and everywhere else where they have presence. Imagine a bank that takes in 33 different African countries. Like I say, you can do your transaction when you wake up in Nairobi and have it sorted when you go to bed in Abidjan. Bringing together banking and a seamless transactional process, and making sure that really a better Africa, a better you, a better us is then being realized because of how you're able to do your banking. It's a Pan-African bank to the core, bringing nations together, and what better way to show that bringing together than by throwing their support behind the CAF Africa Cup of Nations that's taking place in Côte d'Ivoire this month and into next month. Africa is better because of EcoBank. EcoBank, better Africa, better you, better bank.
Very good. Our next conversation is going to be about the Constitution, and we are joined by an expert on Constitution matters, Bobby Mkangi. He was among those who drafted this Constitution that we have today as a member of the Committee of Experts on Constitution Review. Bobby, good morning.
Morning, Eric.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Good to see you this year.
Thank you. Good to see you too. Asante nawe pia.
Unakaa imara. Safi sana. Karibu sana. That's a hot seat of the situation.
Yeah, it is, I know.
Very good.
Finally here.
Yes. Bwana Muga will give you the day's proverb. Yeah. Every week, Muga goes to one African country, supported by EcoBank, and in that country he looks for the various proverbs from the various people of that country, and then he brings us the proverbs. This week, he's in Zimbabwe. Have you been to Zimbabwe?
Yes, I have. Very beautiful country.
Very good. City, the day's proverb, make it beautiful.
Yes, today's proverb actually is beautiful. Beautiful in what it actually presents and represents. Passion is of greater consequence than facts.
Passion is of greater consequence than facts. What's the interpretation of that?
Wow. Passion is of greater consequence than fact. Interesting. I was watching something yesterday on YouTube, Big Mind channel. It's a channel that deals with, to put it in a milder way, intellectuals and creatives, artists, scientists.
Akina you now.
Akina who?
Akina you.
No. when I grow up, and they were talking. One of the people was being interviewed. In fact, the topic was about why people create, and one of the people was being interviewed. Well, the three personalities, creatives, was I think his name is Sam. If I remember, Sam Almin. He is a musician. He likes calling himself an audio engineer. And he was talking about the music he has produced. He's one of those who is produced even the likes of big heavyweights like Guns N' Roses, Rolling Stones, very big hits. But money to him is not the primary cause. But he was talking about records and producing records, and he gave an example. He said, somebody told him once that when you go to a record store, I hope the young can watching and listening can associate with this. In the olden days, when you go to a record store, and then you'd have cartons or racks down here, and there would be those records that have been, for lack of another better word, rejected. And they would be put there. Maybe those who go to bookstores now see it. Maybe these books haven't sold, so they're out on discount. And it said, he was told that, or somebody mentioned to him that those records are perfect. It's not that they're out of tune, out of key. They're probably perfect in the sense of the music language. But why are they in those crates to be sold off or given away? And so he was saying when he produced, he did not really care about those technicalities of
whether it ended up in there.
It's in tune, but really what the passion that got to the listener. the thing that made the difference between what a listener will buy one record, what will make somebody buy one book and not the other. And I think that relates to the beautiful proverb you've given to us from Zimbabwe, that passion at times is what leads us to, or our feelings and our trend towards an issue is what makes us relate with it more than the technical aspects. But however, that also has consequences, because at times we may end up getting something that is not of the best quality, of the best consequence when we disregard those particular issues or facts. But just to tell us or to let us know that at times it is what, as the Waswahili say, kipendacho roho, then you cannot really prevent it, even with facts. Yes.
You know, as you were speaking, you know what came to mind is how it is if you are in a rally and you want to lay down the facts and say, let me explain to you what 1 billion shillings can do. It represents X hospital, X school, as opposed to so and so must go.
Yes.
So and so must go. Which one do you think will relate? Will resonate better
in this country?
Yes.
So and so must go.
Yes. the visceral resonates better than the cerebral.
Yes.
In most of the times. Yeah. So I think the emotions will resonate better than our concepts and our ideas.
Yeah.
And I think politicians, people who take to the pulpit, politicians,
preachers,
evangelists,
yes,
they've understood it.
Yes,
and musicians,
yes.
Bobby, we've been having very many conversations about the Constitution.
Yes.
This is constitutional, this is unconstitutional, the law is very clear. You know, everybody nowadays, will tell you, no, the Constitution, this goes against the Constitution. This has not met the constitutional threshold. And this is now actually a national conversation, even on matters that have been taken before court and the, fallout politically from court decisions. Very many things that we've invited you here this morning to ask you, is the Constitution being violated? But I can even amend that a little bit to ask, is the Constitution being understood in the first place, to a point where we are understanding where we are violating the Constitution deliberately, knowingly or unknowingly or not? From the boardroom sittings that you had, and you're looking at the Bombers draft, the Wako draft, and there are many other drafts, and comparing with other input, and you gave us the harmonized draft constitution. Did you actually see us getting to this point where we are having all these conversations about Katiba implementing and not implementing?
To some extent, yes. And that's why I think Kenyans designed the constitution the way it is right now, with the theory that power will always want to bolt and take control, eat up everything. And that's why they designed a constitution that, when you look to the pith of it, is a constitution that attempts to tame power. And they did this because of the history they had had for 50 years, since 1963, and even perhaps going back during the colonial days. So Kenyans had come to experience and know that power untamed becomes a leviathan that will eat up and gobble up everything. And that's why they drew up this constitution with very, very deliberate provisions, deliberate design that would ensure that power was tamed. And in this regard, the way they crafted the state gave, say, the institution that has, would say, most power. I don't want to say all the power, but most power. And would say also the potentially most dangerous power. the executive was what Kenyans were really looking at. And that's why eventually we even changed our system from what was a semi-parliamentary system to now what is a presidential system with separation of powers, clear fences, picket fences around who holds, what holds, and how power is wielded, the agency of it all. And we can see, if I cut to the chase, and with the context of why we are discussing this, how the judiciary has come out to be. I think that is one thing Kenyans really designed very well, knowing that at the end of the day we have these three arms, and even included a fourth one, what some people call the guarantor institutions. Those are the constitutional commissions, to even buttress the traditional three arms that we have. And so the judiciary was the one to ensure that when the executive, in the traditional nature and culture of an institution that has been given a lot of power, that it will want to gobble, want to eat up, will want to mess up with everyone else. And then the legislature, again with the experience that the legislature, there is the potential that it may be eaten up. And we've seen this, the emasculation of the legislature, including legislators themselves, agreeing that the institution right now cannot really tame the executive. But we had the institution of last resort, which is the judiciary, which if all this fail, if the executive, as expected, and that's why we have the judiciary, as expected, will attempt to go beyond the fences that Kenyans have created. And if the legislature also fails to tame this institution, then Kenyans have somewhere they can go, and that is the judiciary. So when you look at this design, you can tell that, yes, Kenyans understood the nature of power. They understood the nature of power, especially when put in an institution that like the executive, and that is why they created these fences and these methods and these concepts that ensure that this institution can be held and checked. And so for us, as you are asking, when we're looking at the documents and also listening to Kenyans, and also understanding, because when you go through the process of putting together a constitution, one of the things that you go really into the depth of is the history of the country. And so when you look at the history of this country and what eventually we thought would be the panacea to the problems that are eating the country, we knew that, again, the changes would not come within an afternoon. We knew that we will take time as a country. Not an excuse for us and the current misbehavior we are seeing, but in terms of knowing that we do not, or the Constitution is not a magic wand that as of August 27, 2010, everything would become utopian. Every Kenya would become the heaven that we think of it. And so in that regard, we somewhat did expect to see the push and pull, considering that the political climate, the people that were, and especially the politicians. We've had the same crop of politicians, and especially at the top level, that we've had, for instance, in the last 30 or so years. And so the mindset, the thinking has really not exactly, and has not really changed. And it is through the machinations that we are seeing right now, them doing as they wanted or they used to do prior to 2010, and people going to court or to parliament and to other institutions to tell them, hey, there's a new baby in town, there's a new rule book, and through these processes, slowly we are probably reconditioning ourselves, we are reconditioning our leadership, but the short of it is, personally, I expected. In fact, if I can give you an anecdote, there's a friend of mine till today who tells me I owe him a cup of coffee because as of 2010, I promised him that around 2015-16, we're going to see very many governors impeached or thrown to jail because they would be caught in so many corruption and abuse of office incidents. And why did I say that? Because I actually expected that as we start transitioning, as we start implementing this constitution, it will take time before we see people really pay heed and adherence to the tenets of the Constitution. Right. And I think this, to me, in as much as it is disappointing, I am not surprised or shocked.
So are you saying, Bobby, that essentially things are running without regard of the Constitution, whether there is an understanding of it, whether there is an acknowledgement that it exists, and what people are supposed to do, abiding by the tenets that it has then created, people, institutions are operating without regarding the Constitution?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that, we can't only look at what is going wrong. There are many things that are going right. The infrastructural aspects of what the Constitution demands, many of those are actually on the right track. I did watch segments of the interview you had with Governor Wanga. I think it was yesterday. Yeah. Yes. And she was talking about devolution and her experience as the Homa Bay County Governor and what has been achieved and the challenges. So devolution is one aspect, in as much as we still have many problems, but is one thing that Kenyans can, write home about. The other is the institution that we're just talking about, and everyone is talking about the past 2-3 weeks, but when you think about it, it's been the past 14 years, since promulgation of the Constitution. The judiciary, it's one of the institutions that it's really, in a sense, and especially for those Kenyans who can remember how things were prior to 2010, that is really surprising Kenyans, because it was taboo previously for any institution, especially the judiciary, to tell the executive no. To tell the executive you are wrong. I think these are culture shocks to Kenyans. It's almost unexpected. And again, also we are seeing a lot of activity from individual Kenyans, civil society organizations. A lot of what has been eventually termed as being wrong and seeking to be repaired. Cases have been taken to court by civil society organizations, and so those elements we can say that we are happy with. There's room for improvement, and we have to get those strengthened. But again, there are those that we really need to as we like saying, kemea. We really need to fight, and it's in the regard of situations that actually made Kenyans fight for this constitution in the first place.
For the constitution,
clamor for this. When you talk of runaway corruption, when you talk about abuse and misuse of office, both at the national and county level and in other public institutions. When you talk about, even now, there's a topic around, or the issue about the cost of living, which sometimes to me, I like, saying, we have to trace it to the reason why Kenyans wanted a new constitution. At the end of the day, the constitution, amongst other things, must be material to Kenyans. Kenyans want to have bread on the table. They want to know they have sent their children to schools where their children are going to be educated and well educated, not just educated. They want young people want to wake up and hustle or go out to their jobs where they're employed. And so all these things, I remember during the run up to August 2010. The sense of hope, the mood of hope that Kenyans had around these things, around these material things. And so when today, the 31st of January 2024, I look back and ask myself, for the ordinary Kenyan, whether these things are material or not. So in that sense, I will say, unfortunately, the organization and the mobilization that we've done has been out of the rail of what the railway that the Constitution intended. So in that regard, we disregard the Constitution. But again,
there are those, Bobby, that argue that actually the Constitution has put in some roadblocks to the speedy realization of these dreams and ideals, which is the reason why you've seen all the people who have come up with proposed amendments to the Constitution. That's the basic reason. That yes, we have a Constitution, but it is putting so many stumbling blocks on our journey towards heaven, the realization of what we wanted. When you talk about Punguza Mizigo by Third Way Alliance, or the Punda Mechoka, the first one by Raila and CORD, the BBI, the new attempts by this current administration, it's all saying that the Constitution is there, but it's too rigid. It's not allowing us to breathe and therefore move as fast as we'd like to move.
I think they have to look at it also in the sense of what happened when we had a short fence to try and tempt power. Power actually ate us up. And I think that's why Kenyans created this constitution, as I said earlier, with this design of ensuring that every detail, every aspect that can be tethered is actually tethered. And I would tell you that this constitution that we have, when you look at the drafts that eventually birthed this one, they were actually stricter. One of the things that Naivasha did was probably to let go of some of that detail. And some will argue that it's that detail that was in the previous drafts, the harmonized draft, the proposed Constitution of Kenya draft that went to Naivasha. That it is those details that were removed from the different aspects of the things like corruption, fighting corruption, the chapter on corruption. Today we have a deficit in terms of gender representation in our national parliament, and why is that? Because the provision that was supposed to activate this principle was removed, and so it is those aspects that Kenyans must look at, and it's not a long time since that experience of history.
So what are you saying?
What I'm trying to say is that why these attempts at remolding the Constitution have not been successful is because as of August 27, 2010, or August 4th, 2010, when Kenyans went to vote during the referendum, the document that we had nailed down was capturing a very delicate aligning of the stars moment for Kenyans. It is a moment that culminated the fights, the throes, the passions, the facts that Kenyans had been haggling around and about since, we'd say even 64, when we started tweaking the independence constitution, but primarily the late 80s up to 2010. So this delicate balance that Kenyans captured in August 2010 is very difficult to unravel today, and because Kenyans created a rigid but fluid in a sense. It's rigid in the sense that you cannot tinker with it easily. But it's fluid in the sense that if you pay regard and you use the provisions that are in the Constitution, for example, the judiciary. Why are we saying that certain aspects of the judiciary are working? Because the way we designed how to shield the institution itself, but also how to shield particular agents of the institution, and that is the judges, we can see that it is bearing fruits. Because one weekend we'll argue that, like was 2 weeks ago, the Chief Justice should not meet the executive or other personalities, of state, because of various reasons that have been handed out. But within the same week, a decision that is deemed to be anti-government or anti-executive is pronounced, because the judge or the judges that are working on those cases know that they are protected individually in making those decisions. So what I'm trying to say is that if we use the Constitution properly, it is fluid enough as it is right now to be able to animate and actually get the outcomes that Kenyans wanted. The problem has been that we have not yet exhausted some of these provisions, pushed them to the optimum, so that we are able to say we have tried our level best with this provision, but we are seeing that this comma is the one that is defeating us. Can we remove this comma and then the floodgates will be opened? And I think that's why whenever, in as much as there have been reasons of politics and other factors, that we have been, till today, been unable to unravel this magic moment that Kenyans said, we can work with this going forward, because it's a give and take compromised document.
Let's take a break. 25 to 8. Bobby Mkangi, constitutional expert, is our guest this morning. Is the Constitution being violated? That's our conversation. That's what we are asking ourselves. Keringet, Bobby, is a water company. It's a water brand. But Keringet also has another meaning. Ndu?
Spring.
Keringet is a spring. Okay. Keringet is bottled at source. At the spring, we don't allow it to start flowing. It gets impurities. Kids are wandering in the water. It's right there when it has come from the ground with all the infused minerals, natural minerals. It's bottled at source. And that's why they say, own your richness, because it has come from the richness of the earth, of Kenya's ground. It has come in with the minerals that are abundant in our grounds. And those are all beneficial to us. And so they say, carrying it, own your richness. Yeah.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It wants tax. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in
Ben low, nin inte, yenin there, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. And he must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Some very nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel young again and enjoy the vibes.
In Nairobi this morning, a chance of rain, highs of 25, and we'll see lows of 15. It's sunny at 16 in Nakuru, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 26 as well in a sunny Nyeri at 16. 15 and sunny conditions in Eldoret. The fog has cleared with highs of 25. We'll see lows of 12, while at 27, Mombasa is sunny with highs of 32, and we'll see sunny conditions at 29. In Malindi, going to highs of 32. It's sunny in Kisumu at 21, and sunny at 18 in Kakamega. Kampala is cloudy at 20 with highs of 26, and Dar es Salaam this morning is cloudy at 27 with highs of 32. Johannesburg sunny at 14, while Mogadishu is sunny at 27, and Addis Ababa at 15 is sunny. Lagos is still dusty and hazy at 25. Light rain showers this morning in Kinshasa at 26, going to highs of 29.
Spice up your life.
Coming in from Cabanas towards North Airport Road and then touching on Outer Ring, it's busy. It's crawling as you get through towards North Airport Road, going out towards the Eastern Bypass. But then you'll be fine, about 2 kilometers out of that. It's not so busy on Langata Road, but we are seeing a hold up on Gong Road coming in from the Great Corner, going out towards the city. All right, then on the Thika Superhighway, that started very early and it's very heavy getting into the CBD, as well as on Kiambu Road going towards Muthaiga Square. We're keeping an eye on things. We are in traffic hour proper. Let's see what happens with Tuesday. A bit of a sprinkle in the offing. Be careful. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag #TheSituationRoom.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Conversation continues with Bobby Mkangi, constitutional expert. He is a constitutional lawyer. He was a member of the committee of experts that worked on the new constitution. City.
This constitution and its implementation was railroaded right at the very beginning. When you had a commission whose function was to oversee the implementation of this particular constitution, you see, people read half of what its mandate was. They say it was intended to last 5 years. No, that is not full. Or, there's an or to it, or when the constitution was fully implemented. And even then, Parliament had the prerogative and had the leeway to amend its life. It was supposed to periodically ensure that the Constitution was being properly amended. Now, when you do away with such a commission, okay, before we even understood what this thing is, how exactly do you think we are actually going to implement this? Because we have other commissions that were created, independent as they were, they're still alive and well. Then, the president has the sort of powers that he can even influence the creation of the individuals, I'm using the word creation deliberately, who infuse these commissions. So essentially, he can extend his power through these commissions. The one commission that would have helped with understanding and interpreting these things is done away with after 5 years. So now, it's open season.
The Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution.
Yes.
What was the thinking behind it?
Just what CT has said. We needed, and at that time when it was conceptualized, I think at Bombers, it was thought, and again borrowing from what Ghana had done, although Ghana's institution was, in terms of its mandate, was a bit thin compared to the Kenya CIC. But I think there's one thing I'll mention that they got right, that we didn't get right, was an institution that was going to oversee, to ensure that there is guidance, there is a stewardship around how we are going to get right the animation of the Constitution, making it real. Again, it goes to the history. Kenyans thought that if we leave this in the air, we say we have a constitution, the constitution requires certain things to be done so that it can mature. We need laws to activate it. We need institutions to make sure that it can walk and run. But if we leave it to silence, and the history Kenyans had is nothing will ever get done, and that's why the institution was created. Now, what Ghana got right at that time when they got their constitution in the 90s was that they got an institution that was going to deal with civic education, primarily civic education. It was going to go out and educate the Wananchi there about the new constitution, what it means, and their rights, etc., which was quite noble. Ours, on the other hand, there was the debate around whether it should only deal with the technical aspects of ensuring that we get the attentive laws and institutions going. But unfortunately, we were thin on the civic education, which I think is quite elementary, because once Wananchi know, once there is a deliberate attempt of going out and talking to Wananchi, letting them know what the document has and what it means to them, then it means you heighten and strengthen their ability to use the same document, but more so hold their leadership and ensure they're accountable and ensure their sovereignty is protected. And so I think, as CT says, unfortunately, after the CIC, and I remember there was discussion when their time shelf life was coming to an end, whether their term should be extended or not. Itself, the institution said we don't want any extension. I think we have like 98% of the acts we're supposed to have enacted done, and so we feel happy with what we've done. But you remember that within those 5 years, unfortunately, the element of civic education did not happen, and that's why we lost.
But Bobby, I find this interesting. 40 years. We've had a draconian system which is centered upon an individual. Then you actually think that in 5 years you can turn this thing around? Really? 5 years?
I agree with you, CT.
But you see, that they were given the job of drafting the laws.
I'm saying
and they
you draft the law based on the reality that you have in the country. That thing should have been given 10 years minimum, because really, turning around 40 years of impunity where people do what they like. The moment the oversight body is gone, it is so much easier to revert back.
And sadly, and sadly, sorry to cut you short.
No, it's all right. Yes.
Is that we have that, but we also have the parliamentary
CIOC. The committee
for implementation of the Constitution.
Implementation Oversight Committee.
Exactly. Which was working with the CIC. With the CIC lapsed. This committee, the parliamentary committee, is still there. And so it is the one that primarily right now is the one that's supposed to be giving us guidance.
The same one which is constituted of individuals who you said, Bobby, a few minutes ago, have been emasculated by another arm of the same government.
That's the problem.
So how can that happen?
That's a problem. And that's why now what has been left, this gaping hole, is what now a few individuals, a few civil society organizations have taken up that role, to try and keep an eye on how and track how we're implementing this constitution. And whenever they see something of fault, we see them in court. But I agree that we need to strengthen, and perhaps for me at that time, debating what the CIC should do, extending their time, maybe we should have come up with another institution. I know there's the program around civic education. There's a Kenya national program. I don't know where it is right now, but I think we should have had a deliberate effort around public education and information on the Constitution. I would have supported an institution that beyond the 5 years of putting laws would have now come up to say we have a 5-year or more targeted program on ensuring that the right information, right education is given to Wananchi around the Constitution. I think that really strengthens the understanding and the core of what this document
I have a feeling that it may not have delivered much. After the 5 years, there was a loss of steam all over. You created other institutions. For example, there's the National Commission on Human Rights, right? That, if it was doing as it's supposed to be doing, would be going a long way in ensuring that the Constitution is implemented the right way. In all the issues of the Bill of Rights would be there. They split themselves up, as allowed by the Constitution, into the Gender Commission as well. The Gender Commission, you've just raised the issue of the gender imbalance in national officials of leadership. We have a commission that's on gender.
Yeah.
It should be oversighting and ensuring that these things are realized. Here we are, 14 years later, we are still having a conversation with no clear direction in sight. We have other commissions, probably even this CIC. They've gotten to a point where now it's civic education, no money.
No money, no.
IEBC has the role of civic education. How much of civic education does the IEBC play? So we are at this point. Now I want to come back into the issue of the judiciary being sort of like the vanguard here and the one that is making sure that we understand the Constitution with constitutional interpretations, and then also making sure that these other two arms of government are playing by the book. These other two arms of government are political in nature.
Yes.
They're led by politicians. The judiciary is supposed to be apolitical. The accusation now is that the judiciary is also being political. It's being captured by political elements that are not in any of these two arms of government, but they're now finding their way through the judiciary to play politics.
True. And that's why I think there was a lot of noise, coming out of different quarters, when there was a suggested meeting and eventual meeting between the head of the judiciary and the head of the executive and I think the head of the National Assembly. And more so because of the optics that this meeting presented. And as you've rightly put it out, when you look at the judiciary and you go to the old theory of how the institution of the state came out, this was the institution that represents the persons of the cloth. It's an institution that within the trinity of the state is supposed to wear the halo. It is the one that walks around with the tag of the cliche of Caesar's wife to operate beyond reproach. And so it is the institution that must not only do what it's supposed to be doing, and that is delivering justice, but must also be seen to be doing it in a way that any Tom, Dick, and Harry would look at it and say, we trust you, and we still have hope in you.
And is it?
And so far, yes, but unfortunately, the activities in the recent past are what are causing alarm in terms of whether these operations are an attempt, and we've seen various attempts, because sometimes, even going back to the former administration, the disobedience of court orders, blatant circumvention of provisions of the Constitution, in a way was supposed to belittle and demean the place of the Constitution, and in that sense the sovereignty of Kenyans. And so this is an ongoing process, because as the rhetorical question guiding our discussion today is Constitution being violated. Yes, it is being violated, and we have been violating it since August 2010 in the various ways we had discussed earlier. And so I think this last vanguard, definitely there is an attempt to try, because it's now the stumbling block. And we said, what is being tamed? What's the theory of our Constitution? It's around taming power, and a lot of this power is held at the executive institution. That's why we try to ensure the offenses around taming. We are saying this is an important institution, the executive. It has to have these powers, but we have to control these powers in this way. And so we've managed so far, because we have this gate called the judiciary. And so obviously the executive will, after emasculating the legislature, the next will be the independent offices, constitutional offices, of which I agree that they leave a lot to be desired. The commissions and independent offices, they leave a lot to be desired by Kenyans or from Kenyans. And so the last one is the judiciary. And so all these small attempts, this is what Kenyans fear, that these are small attempts that we know when a drop of water falls on even a rock. One small drop of water consistently dropping will eventually carve out a hole, on a rock.
Yep.
And so these are small drops that are being thrown at this institution. The beauty of it is that Kenyans designed this institution in a very, very good way because it is two-layered. You protect the institution. And I think that's why Article 160 speaks to the independence of the institution. But you go further and find that it also protects the independence of the agents of this institution, that even the institution itself cannot, in a way, control how those agents of the institution work, in the sense that the Chief Justice cannot command a judge or a magistrate on how
to rule.
Yeah.
She can try.
Yeah. She can try, yes, but and that's why agency is very important. In fact, that's a very important thing Kenyans need to remember. Agency is important. Agency in terms of the people you put in place to animate this constitution.
Sorry,
that's why the issue of
very
leadership.
Yeah, it's very
who you
interesting
vote
that-
for.
Yeah.
Is it somebody who is going to live by what the constitution says or by what their political party says or political leader?
It's interesting that you say that because if we look at, and I think one of the things with this is that with the opening up of these doors, you see a lot more in terms of interrogation of what these things actually mean.
Yes.
And we can't run away from the fact that, look, last week when we saw the visit by the Chief Justice to State House, the assumption then, thereafter, was that everything that comes out of the judiciary then will be then in a more, emollient light.
Exactly.
And then come Friday and 1, 2, 3, which now would buttress what you're saying, that, look, the agents of the judiciary, the judicial officers are protected by the Constitution, but their independence is also protected within the judiciary because then they're not beholden by the Chief Justice and whatever she or he may do. But that within the law and constitutionally, they then still are able to make decisions because of that protection that is accorded to them. Whereas people on the outside would have thought, this is all going to go to blazes because we're now friends.
Yes, but I think also we as I was saying, those small drops. That's what we should not rest on our laurels. That you see, the institution is still independent because the agents are. Once you start opening small gates, getting small holes into the institution, and unfortunately, and God forbid, for instance, you find that the JSC is captured. Then the JSC now is controlled around who it can hire, who it can fire, and when it should fire.
And who it can promote.
Yes, and who to promote and who not to, So eventually then we lose the institution because now we'll go back to the Moi days. Yes.
I mean, consider for a second, we refer to the Moi era, we refer to the Kenyatta era, we refer to the Kibaki era. Now, at the helm there's the president, but then there are the men and women around these people. And we forget how beholden they can be to the people around them.
Yes.
It's assumed that these people reign and rule absolutely as though they were gods. You only need to consider, at promulgation, people like yourself who were the champions of the Constitution, many got into government. Now, we then had a front row seat to observe how power corrupts. And we've been observing it for some time. Because if some of these individuals lived up to the credential they had presented, we would not be discussing these problems that we have now, because these are the people whom we knew would bring us. We are the promised land.
Yes.
Now the milk and honey would actually be evident. It's rocks and thistles. Yes.
You know what you're saying is, and sometimes you meet some of them, and they say, oh, there's a theory when outside it's different when inside. But you have a choice. You have a choice. You have a choice. No one is forcing you to serve the public. If you feel you cannot take up the pressure, don't apply for that job in the first place. Don't go for it. There are thousands of Kenyans who choose not to apply for these jobs because they look at what it entails and they know their wherewithal and they say, you know what, I don't think I have the personality for this. And also, when you're serving, yes, you may take up a portfolio thinking that things are going to run kosher, and then there are phone calls and the directions that come. The Constitution also gives you the leeway to resign. And that's why, for me today, I think what I would like to remind Kenyans is that, is that let's not only look at the institution the institution of the Constitution in abstraction. We have to remember that there are agents, and these are the people we call leaders. So, for instance, today we are talking about the judiciary, and we are talking about it because we are looking at it as dam waters that are coming to the gates, and we are feeling as if the gates will eventually give way. And why is that? Because the institution that is supposed to be the in-betweener, that is supposed to actually cushion Kenyans in the first place, the representatives, the legislature, the agents of it, the legislators, wabunge, waheshimiwa, are letting down Kenyans. So we go back to the question, in 2027, Kenyans must interrogate. I know it sounds like a broken record, but Kenyans must really ensure that we get leadership right.
Very good. Bobby Mkangi, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for
constitutional lawyer. Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. President William Ruto says that the government is going to push ahead with plans to lead a UN-approved security mission to Haiti, despite a court order issued last week that blocked the deployment. Speaking to Reuters while in Italy, Ruto said Haiti had asked for help months ago and he expected a request would come shortly that would satisfy the demands of the court.
So we already have a bilateral relations with Haiti. All that needs to be done now is for Haiti to make a request to Kenya, and the mission will go ahead. So that mission can go ahead as soon as next week if all the paperwork is done between Kenya and Haiti on the bilateral route that has been suggested by the court.
The mission was thrown into doubt after the Kenyan court ruled that it would be unconstitutional to deploy officers abroad unless there was a reciprocal arrangement in place with the host government. Here's Judge Chacha Waiter.
The act of deploying police officers to Haiti is unconstitutional, illegal and void, that police officers cannot be deployed outside Kenya, and sections 107, 108 and 109 of the National Police Service Act are constitutionally invalid, among other reliefs.
The Seven Kamsas Azimio coalition has fired a warning to some foreign states for interfering with Kenya's internal affairs. Now, Kenya Party leader Martha Karua called out the United States for supporting the government in its move to deploy police officers to Haiti.
Azimio stands for the rule of law and supports the need for an independent and professional judiciary. Subsequently, we demand that the Kenya Kwanza regime must keep its hands off the judiciary. We take note of the support expressed by the United States government for the Ruto regime to appeal against the ruling on the deployment of police to Haiti. It is our hope that all parties shall respect the independence of the judiciary and that foreign interests will keep off our national affairs.
A massive fire broke out last night, destroying a large section of Jua Market situated along Landis Road in Nairobi. The inferno, which began around 6 p.m., raged on for hours despite efforts of firefighters who struggled to control it until past 10 p.m. Traders at the open market, known for its metal fabrication businesses, were left helpless as they attempted to salvage whatever they could from their burning kiosks. Fire had earlier in the day destroyed market stalls at the City Stadium on Jogo Road. Elsewhere, an inferno has razed down a commercial building in Kitengela, Kajiado County. The building, located next to a bank along Nairobi-Namanga Road, caught fire last night. Several rescue teams, including a fire brigade from Mavoko Sub-County, alongside area police officers, responded to the scene.
Ishiki saidi ingine. Hii ni kioo. Hii ingine ni kioo.
A probe has been launched after a 20-year-old woman was found dead in a suspected suicide following a domestic quarrel. The body of Maria Ward was found hanging in her house in Kisumu, where she is said to have had a fight with her lover the previous day that led to her taking her own life. Neighbors say the couple has always had domestic quarrels that had made the deceased's mother consider taking her for higher studies before the tragic incident happened. And finally, a clan elder from Manga in Nyamira County is nursing head and eye injuries after his wife smashed him using a hammer. The man, who's receiving medication at the Kisii Teaching and Referral Hospital, has lost his left eye that has since been gouged out after surgery. The wife is said to have attacked him for having affairs with other women in the villages. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaka.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okay, traffic still. We're into traffic hour. Still heavy on the Thika Superhighway coming into the city. It's been heavy coming in from Kasarani, but now after the GSU headquarters junction, we're seeing that is flowing a little bit smoother. And on Kiambu Road, packed up. Many lanes now trying to get out towards Muthaiga Square and then into the city, and everybody then joins in at the Pangani Tunnel. It's busy on Limuru Road, and we're also seeing traffic now on Jogo Road out to the city. And look at what's happening on Gong Road. It starts all the way from the Naivasha Road junction, and that is very busy. There's traffic spilling over from Langata Road going towards Raila Odinga, and it's really slow. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on all of this. North Airport Road is also packing quite a punch with traffic. Let's talk, shall we? Tell us where the routes are. We'll share. SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag #TheSituationRoom.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only one.
Of The Situation Room today is the 31st of January 2024. Tomorrow we get into February, and then that whole conversation begins again. Love is in the
air.
Uh-huh.
We are on air, but love is in the air. Valentine's Day is here. Did you know? And we want to show you how you can make it even more special. Courtesy of the Elegance in Love Dinner. No matter what your love language is, people have a love language. No matter what your love language is.
That is
love
just
language.
a current buzz. It's just a fad.
No matter what it is, Eric.
Your
you
love
know what
language
yours
is slapping the forehead.
Somebody's
love language is you what?
No matter
Clicking
what
3 times a day.
Now, all those things that you do.
What's your
no
love
matter
language?
what, don't worry.
Okay.
Talk about it after 10 p.m.
No matter your love language.
We definitely speak it.
Okay.
Yeah. Elegantly. Be sure to join us for an evening of filled bliss at the Sarit Centre on the 14th of February 2024 from 6 p.m. You better not miss it. Simply go to www.tickethub.co.ke and get your tickets. Elegance in Love. It's a cocktail dinner and it's brought to you by the Standard Group and the Sarit Centre.
Hivo
too.
Okay.
No matter your love language.
No matter your love language, February is coming, and 14 days from tomorrow, you'll be in the spotlight. Love me not.
What happened to you two when I left?
We learned a new language.
Yeah.
It's
okay when I left. Then I come back and you're all fuzzy and warm and
what are you trying to say? That we're cold and callous before?
It is Wangari Mweke. Just blame her.
It's me. I come with love.
Yes. It's the presence of Wangari.
Yes.
Wangari Mweke is our next guest. She's a public finance management expert with EGCL Institute. Good morning, Wangari.
Hello.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. We haven't spoken this year.
Imagine.
I haven't spoken to anybody here this year. So Happy New Year. Imagine. Just in the nick of time at the end of the month.
Yeah, at least it's not in February.
Which is my birthday month.
Bas. City.
Yes. I'm giving you early notice.
See now?
I'm making warning.
What do I see? I also hear.
Very good. Very good. We will be talking about the shilling and how it's been performing in the market and what this means for our economy in general and what it means for even us as people in terms of just spending. Valentine. Good excuse coming up.
Wow. I'm broke.
Have you seen the shilling? Have you seen the shilling? All these things you want are bought with shillings. Have you seen the shilling? So, Wangari, as you come in, City is going to give you the day's proverb. It's courtesy of EcoBank and Ndu.
Yes.
Why EcoBank?
You know what? It's a Pan-African bank. You know this, don't you?
Yes, yes.
33 countries around Africa. This bank is present in all of them. Hires over 14,000 people across the continent, making it easier for you to transact when you wake up, when you go to bed, one country to another. It's bringing Africa together in how we bank, in how we perform our transactions, bringing the continent together and making it just easier to transact. And even better, coming and supporting one of the greatest sporting events of every 2 years, which is the CAF Africa Cup of Nations, bringing those nations together and saying, because of EcoBank and because of the way they operate, we can be a better you, a better me, a better Africa.
Like that.
Like that.
So, Banamuga, courtesy of EcoBank, we're just taking you to Zimbabwe this week.
Yes.
What is the day's proverb?
The day's proverb is fairly simple and straightforward. Passion is of greater consequences than facts.
Is it simple and straightforward, Wangari?
Passion is of greater consequence.
Yes, than facts.
It kind of makes me think of that, the other saying that a lie has gone halfway across the world by the time the truth is putting on its socks. I think that's interesting, when you see people talk with fervor and passion, you're able to capture hearts. So I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. If you speak passionately about the facts, perhaps, you can get some traction with that. Right?
So what are you saying? These Zimbabweans are not making sense. Is that your interpretation?
It's my interpretation. Yeah.
That
speak passionately about the facts. That's what I'm taking away from that.
Speak passionately about the facts. Consequences be damned.
Or speak factually about the passion.
Sheesh. Okay.
Yeah. That Yes.
That as well. Higher. Wangari, the last time you were here and today, the shilling has basically lost like 50 bob to the dollar, right, at the major currencies. And I'm looking for the CBK rates. I'm going to get them, the latest one. So we are past 160 to the dollar, past 180, 190 to the euro, past 200 to the pound, past even to the Uganda shilling, past whatever, to the Tanzania. What's happening?
Hi, well, actually it's quite shocking, for many of us who have been dealing with the shilling at, even there's a time when it was like 80 bob, and then like it was settling around 100 bob. For it to be at 160 is quite shocking, and it can be quite alarming for people. But it's not really the currency depreciation can be good, has good outcomes and some bad outcomes, right? So it's bad in the sense that we as a country are a net importer. So if our shilling, it takes more shillings to buy a dollar or a euro or a pound, that means whatever we're importing is much more expensive to us.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if I'm an exporter, people are seeing my goods and services. In fact, the horticulture industry, I think, is really benefiting from this. My goods are much cheaper for people to. It's much easier for me to export. So there are different sides to the coin. But that being said, it's kind of like been a precipitous fall, and that can really shock the market, right? So I think the central bank has been trying to put in measures to halt it. Governor Thuge has been, he raised the CBR rate by 200 basis points to kind of stem the depreciation. Whether it's working, there was a slowdown of the depreciation in December, but we're still seeing it depreciating. So
it's not working.
Well, I think they're different. They're different forces. We're also an open economy, so we're really exposed to what's happening outside of in the global economy. So, the U.S., we're very exposed to what happens in the U.S. So when the U.S. increased its rate, it caused an outflow of dollars from the economy, and when that happened, it also triggered the depreciation of the shilling. Everybody talks about the Ukraine war and all of that. That did happen because now oil, food prices were affected. So that also caused, the depreciation to happen because through the dollar.
Wangari, can we get an understanding of exactly what this means when we talk about the shilling having lost value over time, right? We remember a time not too long ago, 120 shillings to the dollar. Now we're looking at central bank rates at 160. Now, I don't think that there is an understanding at the very micro level what this actually means. That when we say that it has lost value, what exactly are we talking about? Everybody uses it as an excuse. I did a thing with a rider the other day and he said, $1 in Nakuru. Okay. We don't understand what it actually means. What are we talking about here? What exactly has happened to the shilling? So,
depreciation and even foreign exchange is really a comparison between currencies, right? As we know, currency in and of itself, it's actually coins, it's paper, it's kind of, money is an idea, in a sense. It's the value that we put the currency holds the value that we put in our productivity and how we engage in trade. So when depreciation happens, it means that one jurisdiction's trade or one jurisdiction's demand for its currency is higher than ours, right? So that means, if there's, for example, like if I talked about the U.S. Fed, right? They increased their rate. So that means that people are saying, okay, if I put money in the U.S., it means that I'm going to earn more because they're paying me more for saving in the US. So I'm going to take all my dollars out of the country and put them in the US. So what does that mean for Kenya? It means that people don't want our money. Right? They want to take the dollars and take it out. So when you have too much of something, like you oversupply of something, the value goes down. So we have an oversupply of the shilling, which means now the value of the shilling also starts to go down. So kind of in a sense, if you think about it, even just from a general perspective, if you have too much of something, then it doesn't have as much value as it should. Yeah. So and that is how the dynamics of depreciation
So what causes this excess shilling then to be in the market? What are factors then that say, all right, there could be less shilling or there could be more? What happens to create that situation?
So when there are more shillings in the market, I said, like it's because people don't really want the shillings because it's not as attractive.
Okay.
What the governor, the central bank, has been trying to do is to create a demand for that shilling by increasing the central bank rate, right? So when he increased it by 200 basis points, people are like, okay, let me look for shillings so that I can put it in the central bank, so that they create a demand for shillings to now they increase the.
Please say that again. Just
the value.
Dumb it down a bit. Ati, so when the central bank increases the rates by 200 basis points, first of all, what is 200 basis points? And then what does that mean?
Yeah, so 200, even though sometimes, why do they call it 200 basis points? It's really like 2%. 2%, yeah. So the central bank rate is an indicator of how, it's a return on investment, essentially. It's an interest rate. Okay. Yeah. So, and it's an interbank interest rate. So it's the central bank tells banks that if you give us money, we'll give you 12% on your savings. Right?
Okay. If you give the central bank money.
Exactly. The central bank is actually paying you. It's like a savings account in a sense, a big savings account. You put the money in the central bank.
Banks have accounts with the central bank.
Yes.
So that money, if they increase it or whatever they give, the central bank gives them, pays them interest.
Exactly.
All right.
So now when they increased it by 2%, it means we're going to earn 2% more on the money that we're giving central bank.
Okay.
That means banks have an incentive to actually mop up, to
look for savings.
They don't want to give, actually during these times, access to credit goes down because banks don't want to lend to us, to the Wanjiko, the Wananchi. They prefer to lend to the government because the government is paying them higher, and it's much easier to lend to one than to lend to many. Okay. So in effect, that means that it lessens the money that's in the market.
Okay.
And as we said, when there's less money, the value of something goes up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the central bank has also, this governor, Thuge, has said that the previous administration in the central bank was trying to artificially hold up the shilling. What does that mean?
They have been saying that that they were holding the shilling and the shilling was overvalued in a sense. Yeah. And overvaluation, when you think about overvaluation, and other jurisdictions, like if you think about places like China, have also been accused, or their thinking is that they are doing this kind of overvaluation. What it does, when a currency is overvalued, it makes it cheaper for you to, it makes it more attractive to hold your money, right? And so it makes it easier. It increases the it increases.
It has more buying power.
Exactly. Yes. So then actually it helps economies, especially emerging economies like ours, to continue to import, which we're a high import economy, net importer, to import at better rates.
Okay.
So I think there was probably something like that was happening during the last regime or the last tenure of the governor, where we're trying to actually shore up the economy as a net importer to make sure that our shillings are able to continue to buy the imports that we need for manufacturing, for for consumption and like that. So what Governor Thuge is saying now is that if we continue to do that, then we have a distortion in the market, right? We have a shilling that is overvalued, that is distorting the economy. Essentially, it means that we're not actually getting the true value of the shilling. So what he wants to do is to allow it to settle in at its true value, And then now we can now stabilize the economy and move from there. The challenge is we're not, our economic structure is actually not in the best place right now. I mean, our debt payments are high. So imagine if we're repaying, which is what everybody's talking about now, right? Our debt is dollar denominated. So now we're paying, before we were paying 100, 120, now we're paying 160 and going up for debt payments.
So Thuge's move has actually increased our debt portfolio.
Thuge is trying to actually, well, it's not like a direct effect. There are these different movements. So if you increase the CBR, it means he's trying to stabilize the currency.
How is that working?
There was some effect in December, but it's still slipping, and it's an art. At the end of it, it's kind of like an art trying to get that figure.
Let me talk like a layman, okay? Give it the freedom to move as it may within the market so that it finds its own level, all right? There's an assumption that other currencies understand the game plan we have and they'll comply, okay? Fine. So we go about our business. From what we see, we keep losing, the shilling keeps losing value. Why I say our debt portfolio increases, there's an interest attached to our loans. So every time the shilling is devalued, that interest, what we are supposed to pay increases. And because we borrowed the sort of money that is mind-boggling and often difficult to comprehend with a simple mind like mine, then it goes now to, it's become stratospheric. Now, what he's trying to do, theoretically, is not difficult to understand, okay? But what is the reality of it? Because if every time the shilling does a little dip, you hear we now have increased 1.5 billion to the debt we had. It takes another dip, you're told it's now 3 billion, saying, wait. So, the benefits that you speak of, at what point will we realize that Dr. Kamau Thuge's plan is actually working and is actually beneficial to us?
Like I said, it's an art. Unfortunately, I mean, if we knew that point, we would have, I'm sure Governor Thuge would have tried to get that point, right? But what you do is you have to test the market and to test to where we can get to. Because, you know, when you increase the interest rate by 2%, it doesn't just mop up the money. It also, you know, there are inflationary pressures, unemployment starts going high because people are now they're pushing their money to
liquidity is reduced.
So it reduces economic growth, but at the same time, when you have a lot of shillings in the market, there's also economic increase because, getting that balance of the depreciation, meaning that there's a flood of money, but you're also trying to mop it up. Economic growth increases because now you have a lot of shillings in the market, guys are employing. But then if you're doing the opposite at the same time because you are mopping up, but then it's a little bit complicated. You're flooding, but you're taking out.
I hear you completely. But what do we need?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I've heard that nations who previously were in a similar position. What they started to do, what they started to practice, was to begin to reduce their imports and increase their exports so that it made it necessary for others to buy from them in whatever currency that they were going to do it. But then what that did was that it increased the reliability of other nations on you as a nation, and that meant that you would then increase the value on your currency. Does that work?
You know, increasing your exports, it implies that you do have the capacity to just increase.
Exactly. So now that's exactly. So now that's where I was going. Now with other infrastructure set up, then you would be in a position to then be able to essentially call the bets because you have those that infrastructure put in place. In order for exports to happen, certain things need to have been done on the ground. So are we not just kind of like, the more we say we want to develop, the more we say we want to institute 1, 2, 3, without actually putting those things in place, we just continue in this circular motion of not being able to get out of this thing instead of actually putting up those factors for this development that is actually very necessary to play at this level?
Well, I mean, from what I hear, and partially what you're alluding to is related to why we're even in the debt that we're in, because when we borrowed, at least the initial borrowing that we did, we were investing in infrastructure. Right, we invested in the railways, we invested in the port, we're investing in the roads, and that was a bet that we took to create a foundation that allows for the growth of the economy through manufacturing and through improved trade. Right?
Yeah.
The challenge is when you build a road, when you build a railway, you don't get the returns immediately. Yeah. So the money that we borrowed, the return on investment is going to be over years, generations to come. And it's not going to be a lump sum return.
So
they're not going to give us a lump sum into our bank accounts. So in that, there are kind of long-term and short-term effects. And the short term is where we are seeing with the kind of the cyclical turns, right? We see recessions, we see booms, and the economies, especially in an open economy like ours, what another country or another jurisdiction does, especially one that we trade heavily with, affects us directly. So they, it's not like the US are looking at Kenya and saying, hey, let's stop increasing these rates because of Kenya. No, they are concerned about what's going on in their own
country.
So, in as much as we have, we have kind of long-term goals, we have infrastructures that we want to build. We still have to deal with kind of the ups and downs of what is happening in the economy, and that is where getting it right is tricky.
It's a tricky balance. Let's take a break. We'll continue this conversation shortly at 8:30. Ndu, tomorrow is February
1st,
and then it's Valentine's month.
Like that.
And it's also Wangari's birthday month. Okay. Love is in the air. Tell us.
Now, what we want you to do, no matter what your love language is. Did you know that people have a love language?
I've been told, yes.
Yes. Now, no matter what that is, we are saying that what you can do is head on down to the Sarit Center come the 14th of January. You see me now. The 14th of February. Because love is in the air. As Kenyans, think about it. You have an opportunity to be out there and express this in whatever ways you can, in whatever ways you want to. So there's a dinner that takes place on the 14th, and we want you to be able to get your tickets at tickethub.co.ke. Bring somebody along. Buy those tickets. Enjoy the season of love. And,
bring somebody along.
The person that you express yourself in love to.
Oh, like that, eh?
If the language of love is eating. If the language of love is drinking, buy them Keringet. Tell them, kunywa maji dada.
And if the language of love is money, open an account with EcoBank.
Tops. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
When you are born from African soil, you are born rich in who you are, with a natural richness from Mother Nature herself. Just like our still mineral water, which is naturally filtered through Kenyan lands and made rich by a perfect blend of nature's minerals, giving you premium still mineral water made by the same African soil that made you. Keringet. Own your richness. Keringet, a product of the Coca-Cola Company.
Oh, finally! It's my Standard Courier delivery.
At Standard Courier, we know that your time is valuable. That's why we guarantee swift and efficient deliveries to your doorstep every time. Give us a call on 0793 599 684 or schedule your next delivery by visiting our website www.standardmedia.co.ke/courier. Trust Standard Courier service.
So into the city this morning from different parts. The Thika Superhighway looked like a bit of a mess earlier. Let's take a look at what that is looking like right about now as you get towards the Pangani Tunnel. Still, past Survey, your service lanes, you're done with those. So you're going to have to then, follow that trickle of traffic into the CBD. As you get towards the Globe Cinema overpass, also hold up there. Gong Road has been one for the books this morning and still continues as you get into the city. And there's added traffic coming in from Raila Odinga Way. It slows down a little bit right around the Makadara train station on Jogoo Road. And let's take a look at the Eastern Bypass where it was looking a little messy earlier. That seems to have cleared up just a smidgen of it as you're heading towards Outer Ring at the junction. All right, we're still in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we also take a quick look at Magadi Road. As you're touching on Langata Road, it's going to slow you down a little bit at the junction. All right. Let us know what's happening, just in case you run into something. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag #TheSituationRoom.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Morning.
All right, our conversation
right.
continues at
94.4.
With Wangari Moikia. She's an economist, a public finance management expert with EGCL Institute. We are talking about the depreciation of the shilling, what it means, and just trying to understand why is it doing the things that it's doing. So, assuming that Dr. Njoroge and his then administration of the central bank were doing what Tuge is saying that they were doing, they were shoring up the currency. Was that a bad thing or was it a good thing then? And in our current circumstances, with the maturing debts, with everything else, was it a wise decision, in your opinion, to say, no, let's fungulia the dogs and let the shilling go and find its home?
I think it depends on the policy environment at the time. Yeah. So and also the different governors have different ways of doing, implementing policy. And I think what the former governor wanted to do was it was more protectionist in a sense, to keep the economy stabilized, to ensure that we continue, that manufacturers, etc., continue to be able to afford the raw materials that they need to produce goods and services, and for the economy to continue to be stabilized. I think what we're seeing now, and also because now we're facing a lot more different, like a very different economic environment. Even over Dr. Njoroge's tenure, there was also COVID that was happening. A lot of people are saying, we should have increased the rate then much higher, so that we could also ensure that the economy also stays stabilized from that perspective. But then I think with now Dr. Thuge is much more, what could I say, bullish in trying to get us to be more, to let the market decide. And get us to a basis where the country is actually trading in real, with the real kind of, with how the value of the shilling actually is, for better or for worse. Yeah.
Was it the right time though?
Well,
consider there's a $2 billion bullet payment that's coming up under your watch. There's maturing interests for the various other loans. There's everything else that you have and you're dealing with. And look at the effect of what has now happened. So the CBK is now raising its rates, and that basically just means that there's no money for the manufacturers to access to run their business. It means that they need more money to import their raw materials. It means that it affects the manufacturing sector and the businesses that import raw materials to be able to. Then it also means that even exports are affected. It means that even exporting to Uganda, the money that you would have made in Uganda by exporting to Uganda, you're not making as much.
Essentially, our economy slowly slows down.
Yes.
And when it slows down, we know the effects.
Well, not directly. Like as you said, our exports are now much more attractive because the shilling is depreciated. Yeah. So exporting.
Is it reflected in our earnings?
It is. Yeah. We actually. I mean, there are some idiosyncrasies. I know for example, horticulture, floriculture went up in exports, but actually the volumes were not as high because we were going through, the drought at some point had affected agriculture sector. So as I said, there are very many different moving parts. But we also have our big brother, IMF, who I think there's always. They are the lender of last resort, known as the lender of last resort. And they have come through, So we look like we are going to be able to make our payments through the support of the IMF. But on the back end, also the IMF has come with some of these directives to ensure that part of it is allowing the shilling to float more freely. But yeah, in terms of meeting our debt obligations, I think we did come to a point where even if our tax regime is really high, we kind of are milking every little red cent from every living citizen in this country. But at the same time, if we're not able to meet, even in December, we said that we were going to try to pay early, and we were not able to do that. Many say that we have an economy that is too consequential to fail, and as a result, IMF have come to support us.
But if we look at IMF, all those Bretton Woods institutions, yes, they are the lender of last resort, and we look at countries. Let's put it this way: who haven't they lent money? They lend money to China even now. Okay, even as we speak, they lent money to Germany after the Second World War. They lent money to Japan. But without fiscal discipline and without an understanding that the monies that we get and the reprieve that we get must be marshaled in a certain way, are we seeing that happening in Kenya? Are we seeing us prioritizing the tax regime? We understand. All these things are supposed to force certain discipline on us. But are we seeing our government enforcing that same discipline on themselves? Because as we are limited with the scope within which we can actually move as citizens, the government has greater latitude, and we follow in their footsteps. Because IMF, yes, will give us money, we will have to pay for it, but what about what we are supposed to actually do? Do we actually do it?
I think some of the conditions under which the IMF give us some of those resources means that there has to be a lot of changes from a fiscal standpoint and from a monetary standpoint. I think, CT, also the idea that, for better or for worse in terms of what we borrowed for and how much we borrowed, there, in some sense, had to be some sort of consequence. Right? I don't think we are able to just borrow and live life.
It's inevitable.
Yeah. So I think that is where, the question arises, where, in the previous regime, things were kind of going as usual. Yes, there were kind of aches and pains, but everybody felt like cost of living was manageable. People were going about their lives. But when you think about it, if we're in a high debt environment, we should be kind of feeling a little bit of the pain of paying back the loan, which is, I think, what is happening now. In order to pay for what we to pay the interest and to repay the debt, we must take a little bit more out of our pockets, right? For us to be able to ensure that we have fiscal discipline, we have to manage the wage bill better. There are a lot of different things that are happening, and the IMF has given us conditions.
I'm actually in agreement with you, but here's the oxymoron. All these things, yes, true. But when you have a situation where the very money that you are supposed to collect is actually being reduced by the circumstances we have in the country. One, liquidity has gone down. So the very economic activities that are supposed to ensure that we generate a lot of money aren't taking place as they should. People are being laid off. Now, these people, in one way or the other, will pay taxes directly or indirectly or in whatever way. So we have a mixed situation here where decisions are being made, but they seem to be working against the very interest of what we are purporting to want to do. So it's an odd mix, but at the end of it, what we keep seeing with every single day is an avenue to find a way to tax people yet again. Again. But if the number of people who are taxable are reducing, if the number of people who may be taxable but are unwilling to be taxed is increasing, you see, we find ourselves in a very, very interesting position here because one, World Bank, IMF notwithstanding, the thing about money, the borrowing, expenditure by the government, there's this little thing called optics. So long as the citizenry do not think I am part of that citizenry, who doesn't think or feel that whatever money we get isn't utilized as it should. And so this pain we speak of, some of it we should bear because we owe money, but some of it is being inflicted on us, and we had no input whatsoever in bringing about the problem that's causing the pain.
Spoken, you took the word right out of the mouth. At the end of the day, there is that aspect of, even as we are collecting all this money from the taxes, fees and charges, we have a very high tax regime. We're suffering because of debt payments. The money that we have to build a budget, to finance the budget is reduced, right? And then on top of that, we think about now the corruption cases that we're also suffering from, right? So it's a bit of a mixed bag. I can't say we're working in an environment that is a straightforward environment, right? So I think there's a lot of push and pull, a lot of give and take. There's some things I think that are working right. I think we are making some of the right moves. We are feeling the pinch, but by the same token, a lot of the challenges that we have, like I mentioned about corruption, some of how we are managing our parastatals, even how we are managing the government are questionable, and we perhaps have a lot to do internally to make sure that the mechanics start working right. These things are not overnight. They take some time, and as I said, you try some things, you try to institute something, and some things work and some things don't. And for me,
so we are living in a live trial here.
It is always a live trial anywhere you go. Even if you're in the States, Janet Yellen at the Fed, she also tries X. I mean, you do it with the best information that you have possible.
But this
you
best
have
information cannot be changing morning and afternoon. I mean, you've got to have a certain direction in which you want to take.
I'm sorry.
You cannot just be making a decision today. We are going this way, and then you change that decision. We are going this other direction, because does that, I don't know, you're the economist, you tell me, that would have an impact.
No, I don't think we're doing that. I think we have, I think, clear policy directions. For example, we want to make sure that back to the topic of depreciation, we're trying to stave off the slide. So there are very clear directions so that,
So we unleash the slide and then we try and stave it off.
No, we're trying to mop up the currency. The governor is increasing, and I think he's going to continue to increase until we get to a point where it seems it more stabilized. Look at even what happened with Nigeria.
Right.
Look at what happened with the Naira Ndu. I don't know how it is, how it's going on at home, but that fell precipitously.
10,000 Naira to $1.
It fell precipitously, and something like that happening overnight is very damaging to economy, you know. So even if it's about stabilizing the currency, it's about trying to make it in a way that the government that it does adjust. And like I said, depreciation is not a bad thing. It's good in some senses and
it's
it
bad
can be
in
challenging
some.
in others.
The unfortunate thing is that there are too many factors here that are interfering with whatever it would be, just like you mentioned, that would start to help folks to see. You know, even when we say that there are measures being put in place, that there are things being done, I don't think it's of such great value that you should be able to see and feel the effects of even one step. And I think that is the problem, that there's so many competing factors. Whether you look at Nigeria, for example, where indeed it's 1,400 naira to the dollar today, or here in Kenya where it's 160 to the dollar. But then the competing factors like corruption, mismanagement, inability and lack of desire or even having any kind of political will to do something on a macro level which affects things at the micro level. And we can talk about the formulas, Wangari, but there's the actual doing. There's the actual showing that this thing must happen. You know, the people who work at the financial departments of governments are people who are worth their salt, and they understand what these things are, that in terms of policy, in terms of what needs to be done to take economic responsibility for holes that have been dug. But the truth of the matter is that we are not forthcoming. That is the truth. And that there can be facts about things, but there is the softer side, the subjective part of it, where you say, can we implement these things? Can we make sure that we are being responsible? When it comes to debt, today, if anybody wanted to be honest and ask the questions and do the traceability of where these monies actually went that are being paid for with such expensive rates today, nobody wants to come out and be very clear about what they were, where it went. And that's the truth. Nobody wants to be forthcoming about the implementation of policy that has been suggested at Treasury, that has been suggested at MITI, that has been suggested across board. Can we do them? But somehow we don't. Monies that should go towards making those things happen, we do not see the trace and track of them. And until and unless, in my opinion, we see some of these things happening, it will be we owe today, whether we're in Kenya or in Nigeria, and IMF will come and save us tomorrow. And it continues in this ugly race. Again, it's
like down the drain.
It's going, it's hurtling down the drain.
If you
we
think
should
about
be able
it.
to see it the same way. Sorry, Wangari. If you put $1 billion in the economy today, we should feel it. If governments are making steps to make sure that you start to see some kind of revaluing of your currency, we should see it. We should.
But you know, I think the fact of the matter is that government runs from different perspectives. You have to have people who provide right technical advice. They provide you the ways to get out of things or the ways to stabilize the economy and that type of thing. But we also very, very really living in a political environment. Yeah, and politics has its own idiosyncrasies, or it has its own confusions that adds to how the economy is actually structured, right? So even if a solution is technically correct, the politics of the day also has its own effect, for better or for worse. In some jurisdictions more than others, right? So people are looking to have be re-elected in X amount of
2 years time.
Yeah, they have to think about who they're going to be able to who is going to support them, who is benefiting from the depreciation, who is not benefiting, and how you manage that. So you don't come up with technically strong solutions all the time, but you do have to have. And I don't envy leadership. People who run for government for leadership of countries.
You need to have a plan that you rally people around, right? Do you have options outside of the IMF right now in where we are?
Right now, because we're in a tough spot, and as I said, the IMF is the lender of last resort. They come when there's really no one else.
End
to
of
go
the
to.
tether situations.
Yeah. Now doing these Eurobonds, it's just not feasible for us. The interest rates are too high. Trust even in the market, we didn't even.
They were
repay.
high
We said we were
even
going to do
at
it.
the time we're taking them.
But we didn't have much of a choice because that now we became a middle-income country and access to concessional loans was low.
To free money was limited.
So now, when things are thick, is now when we have come back to the IMF and said, look, now we need some support, and
So here's the impact. When we borrowed this money 10 years ago at $2 billion, the dollar was about 100, right? So it was 200 billion shillings. In June, if today was June at 160, that is 320 billion that we just need to pay back, minus the interest that we have paid and we are repaying. And so that's why I'm asking, do we have other options outside this? When the president addressed Parliament last year, he said, I can say without fear of contradiction that we're going to make one first payment this December. It didn't happen. He spoke in Rome yesterday. He was in Italy. Kenya is looking to buy back in February or March at least some of the $2 billion Eurobond, President William Ruto told Reuters on Tuesday, dismissing any risk of the country defaulting. Failing hard currency reserves, a steep weakening of the local currency and revenue challenges have raised questions about Kenya's ability to pay off the bond, which matures in June. Ruto had told Parliament in November that the Kenya would buy back $300 million of the Eurobond before the end of 2023, but he said the government transaction advisors ultimately recommended against doing so. Here's a verbatim quote on him. What they have recommended is we do a buyback in February, March, and then we go to the market, he said in an interview in Rome on the sidelines of the Italy-Africa Summit. Thank God they were right. In fact, the markets have opened for Kenya, as it has for most other countries. So right now he's saying now we are going to the market in February or March. In November he had said December, next month, we are paying something. In December they say, no, we've been advised against it. Now again, we're saying one of those that was the transaction advisors was Trade Development Bank. He says the government is no longer counting on the Trade Development Bank, an African Development Finance institution, to organize a $1 billion syndicated loan for Kenya, as initially planned. Kenya's finance minister said earlier this month that Trade and Development Bank had lent Kenya $210 million of that total, but the remaining funds had not been delivered. Ruto says, because of the situation that we now see in the market, we believe that it will be a lot easier even for us to raise the money in the market rather than through syndication. So I'm asking you.
Where are we exactly?
Well,
what direction are we taking?
I don't know. Do we know who's advising the president on economic
we were going
policy?
syndication. Now we are not going syndication. A few days ago, we were not going to the market. Now we are going to the market in February or March. And
where are we? See, this is the problem.
So as we are dealing with this, you need to have a plan that you say, this is the plan. And we are rallying people around this plan. And if the plan changes, you come clearly and explain, all right, so we have seen that this will not work, and this is the direction. But it can't be morning, plan A, afternoon, plan B, tomorrow morning, we back.
No plan.
Plan AC.
Actually, it's very confusing for the markets. It really reduces investor confidence. Even the way the tax regime was fashioned with the Finance Act, we're not collecting the amounts that we had wanted to collect. In fact, I think we've not even met the target, right? Which is partly why we were not even able to pay. So it really is it is a fine balance. And actually, the other day I was talking to a friend of mine and I was asking, does when these targets are being set, do we have like a forecasting department within KRA that says, actually, based on our trends, we're not going to be able to collect this. And I had it under good advisement that actually that they do have it and they do advise and they say we're not going to be able to meet these objectives, but then again, politics, right? But then this look of one thing, like you said, one thing in the morning, one thing in the afternoon, it's challenging for even people who want to do business in Kenya to then have some sort of confidence to do that. And I think maybe some advisement around how those pronouncements are made in order.
Yeah, what does that do in terms of confidence?
It reduces it severely.
If our rating was at B, now we go to C. If our rating was at it left B a long time ago. Our rating has been at C, of course. Now we're heading towards
C minus.
Yeah. So.
And even
then
those
if you
ratings,
look at all those things, then is there hope for this shilling ever coming back to even 150?
We might be living in 150 for around that area for a long time. But like we said, it's not bad or
Nigerian
good. We just have to settle in it.
Hardly ever come back to 600.
Because the markets actually shift around that currency. If it becomes a stabilized 150, then the market will shift around what that currency is. Yeah.
There's an aspect here about the stability of the currency that sometimes is not spoken of, but is a reality. It's the confidence in the leadership of a country.
And actually, that's what the rating is about.
It plays a very, very key role.
When I was talking with somebody and we were saying, the rating of Argentina and the rating of Angola are wildly different, Angola being worse. But if you look at the fundamentals, Argentina, how many times has it defaulted loans? All the time. Angola, strong macroeconomics, it has its problems, but they have a higher savings rate and they're able to manage the economy better. But because Fitch and S&P and all of those guys, there's a political angle to these ratings. They give Argentina a better rating, which then makes it easier for them to borrow in the market.
Yes.
So it's also politically very challenging and unfair.
You see, that advance payment that was spoken of by the president, it was supposed to achieve that same effect.
Yeah.
If you can marshal your means and then make that payment, it sends a very good signal to that market that, these guys are serious.
That we're doing the right thing.
These guys can actually, so when you go with your begging bowl, they say, no, this bowl is small, bring a bigger basket. Because we see you are able to. But when that doesn't happen, and you keep kicking the can down the road, the jitters you send, people say,
there are some things we can do to manage investor confidence. But I think my parting shot is that while a lot is being done, I think a lot is being done to shore it up. Some of these things are not as straightforward as we think, and this it's an art. Even though they're numbers, really economics is really an art.
It's art. Wangari, thank you very much for joining us. Wangari Moike is an economist. She is a public finance management expert with EGCL Institute. She's been our guest. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk to Chief, what officer? Inspiration. A Chief Inspiration Officer for Haiti.
For Kenya.
Right. Kenyans for Haiti. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga. The criminal case against former Sports Cabinet Secretary Rashid Echesa over the saga involving a fake 39 billion shillings military arms deal will today proceed in the High Court in Nairobi as parties make their submissions. Echesa was in 2020 charged alongside four others with obtaining 11.5 million shillings from two foreigners by purporting they would award them a tender to supply military equipment. Echesa was, however, cleared of wrongdoing by Magistrate Kenneth Cheriot in 2021 for lack of evidence. The prosecution produced 18 witnesses in the case, but the magistrate noted that the key witnesses were never availed to provide testimony on how the arms deal was clinched. Detectives are holding 4 Nigerian men in connection with the death of a 25-year-old man in the Riruta area, Nairobi. The victim, identified as Charles Otieno, is said to have jumped from the 5th floor of an apartment government after an altercation with 4 Nigerians. Police visited the scene and established the man had gone to deliver a carpet at the Said house on the 7th floor, room 56, rented by a Nigerian who paid him 400 shillings for the work. The deceased was later heard screaming while stripping naked and jumped from the 5th floor to the ground floor, where he sustained serious head injuries. He was rushed to Coptic Hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. KMPDU has issued a warning to the Nairobi County Government over what it terms as the unfair treatment of young medics posted to various hospitals across the devolved unit. KMPDU Secretary General Davji Atela said the young doctors are plagued with job insecurity as the county government has declined to renew their contracts from February, instead telling them to apply for the jobs afresh. This event comes as the union has also issued a 1-month strike notice to the government over their health insurance cover.
We condemn in the strongest terms the blatant disregard to the welfare of healthcare professionals who, despite the unwavering commitment to the healthcare and well-being of the Kenyans, find themselves subjected to deplorable working conditions and have now been forced to down their tools. As the aspect of comprehensive cover is not a favor we are asking from government, because we actually relinquished our medical allowance, and then we are also going to contribute almost 10 times in the statutory reductions of shift, and then you are doomed to be given some insurance that only covers a baseline. That means you have to go get another private insurance to cover you, or you have to be ready to sell your property to get the cover. So that one doesn't make sense. KMPDU declare that we will not accept these injustices to persist any longer.
Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Nakhumicha has inaugurated the Transition Committee for the Social Health Authority, set to spearhead the new Social Health Insurance Fund. The committee was appointed through a Gazette notice dated January 26, 2024, to ensure a seamless transition from the long-standing National Health Insurance Fund, that is NHIF, and transition Kenyans to SHIF. The committee will be chaired by Kap Kirwok R. Jason. President William Ruto says that the government is going to push ahead with plans to lead a UN-approved security mission to Haiti, despite a court order issued last week that blocked the deployment. Speaking to Reuters while in Italy, Ruto said Haiti had asked for help months ago, and he expected a request would come shortly that would satisfy the demands of the court.
So we already have a bilateral relations with Haiti. All that needs to be done now is for Haiti to make a request to Kenya, and the mission will go ahead. So that mission can go ahead as soon as next week if all the paperwork is done between Kenya and Haiti on the bilateral route that has been suggested by the court.
The mission was thrown into doubt after the Kenyan court ruled that it would be unconstitutional to deploy officers abroad unless there was a reciprocal arrangement in place with the host government.
The act of deploying police officers to Haiti is unconstitutional, illegal and void, that police officers cannot be deployed outside Kenya, and sections 107, 108 and 109 of the National Police Service Act are constitutionally invalid, among other reliefs.
That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so still in traffic hour, we'll see a little bit of it here and there. It's been busy on Gong Road all morning, and now we're seeing busyness happening on Uhuru Highway, getting out towards the city. Globe Cinema at the overpass, heavy coming in from Murang'a Road, then past Ngara as well. And it's coming from a survey on the Thika Superhighway, still very heavy, as well as on Kiambu Road. Outer Ring doesn't look too bad today, well done. And it's looking a lot better coming from North Airport Road. Okay, we'll be out of traffic hour soon. Just let us know, keep talking. Let's see what it turns out to be, and we'll do that on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag #TheSituationRoom.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start
your doing. Welcome to the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, this final day of January. This is the final hour of the show in January 2024. Okay? And we get into February. Have you been thinking about owning your richness and what it means? We need to talk about that conversation again, City. Because when you say owning your richness, we are talking about what you have natural. Water in Kenya, natural. The rocks and the sands in Kenya, natural. Water passes through those rocks and sands. It's filtered. It's infused with minerals. It's natural. Natural mineral water comes to the surface at a Keringet. And a Keringet is a what?
A spring.
And at that spring, that Keringet, you just go and take that water and put it in a bottle and transport it to the market and tell people, drink of this water. For then shall they see. Shall I see the light?
Okay, here we go. Inspirational.
Oh, yes, completely. Why do you say that? That's because you're owning your richness.
Indeed.
Sindio?
It is available.
Very good.
And it's up to you to own it. Yes.
Our next conversation is going to be about police deployment to Haiti. Is it going to happen? Is it not? What's Kenya's commitment? What did we agree on when the president spoke at the United Nations General Assembly, and then thereafter the conversation that took place, and thereafter everything that has happened, culminating in a court decision that says, this route that you've taken, that's not the constitutional route. What other options do we have? Was blocking the deployment of the police to Haiti a good thing or a bad thing? A positive thing or a negative thing? Fair or unfair? Edward Gedaiga is the Chief Inspiration Officer at Africa for Haiti Lobby.
Yes.
Good morning, Edward.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of the situation.
Thank you. It's actually getting hot right now. I can feel it.
Very good.
Because the question is direct and it needs a direct answer.
Very good.
Was it fair or unfair?
We shall delve into it shortly. First of all,
yes.
And before you even tell us about the Africa for Haiti and why you're the Chief Inspiration Officer, let's tell you about February.
Yes.
And the month of love.
Yes.
Do you have a love language?
I do, actually.
What's your love language?
Just love yourself first, because if you learn to love yourself, then you can reciprocate that to the other person. That's my love language. And also, February for me is a Black History Month. So for us as Pan-Africanists, this is the month that I believe Haiti will be free. And we're going to take advantage of that so that we can bring the world together and unite together for Haiti, because Haiti has made that call, and the month of love is the month of Haiti, the love for Haiti.
This man has all the reasons to be at that dinner. Tell him about the dinner.
Indeed. So as you do that, what are your plans for this year's Valentine's Day?
Well,
depending on what they are, how about you have those plans at the Sarit Center for a night of grace, glam, and glitz. Join us as we celebrate love during our Elegance in Love dinner, where love will rock the day as you take to the dance floor for the time of your life. Grab your tickets now, and you can live and love every moment. Don't forget the colors, some of CT's favorite, are burgundy and gold. He knows what burgundy is. It's on the 14th of February at the Sarit Center from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Tickets for regular single. You can find out if you're a regular single.
Regular single.
You figure out where you are. It's 3,000 shillings. A regular couple, again, figure out where you are. It's 5,500 shillings.
And that one will be super or VIP.
And a VIP couple.
There you go.
It's 10,000 shillings. So now, where you place yourself go to tickethub.co.ke. Yes, now you be together with the regular single, the regular couple, and the VIP
and the VIP
couple.
single and the VIP couple.
Yes, now.
Listening to the same music.
Elegance in Love Cocktail Dinner, Burgundy and Gold, 14th of February, Sarit Center.
The cost
Buy
is
your
maybe
tickets.
different.
3,500, 5,500, 10,000 shillings. Let's go.
Time for the proverb city. So, Edward,
yes,
City goes to an African country every week.
Yes.
And in that country, he mines proverbs and comes and gives us a proverb every day from that country. He's being supported by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. You know EcoBank?
I know EcoBank.
It's a Pan-African bank.
Yes.
You're a Pan-Africanist.
I am.
It's in how many countries, Ndu?
33.
Wow.
It's employed how many people?
In Africa.
14,000 employees.
14,000 employees.
Yes.
Thousands.
Yes.
And how many countries?
33.
Let's not even talk about branches.
No.
Those will be many.
Countries.
Those will be many. And because they are so Pan-African, that they're even sponsoring this year's Africa Cup of Nations.
Wow. Excellent.
And they've taken this mzee to Zimbabwe to go and bring us
the proverbs
from Mzilikazi.
and Lobengula.
And Lobengula.
The proverb of the day: passion is of greater consequences than facts.
Passion is of greater consequences than facts. Edward, what's your interpretation?
I think it's like saying, don't react with emotions, stick to the path, Facts are always going to win the day. Being emotional will not win the day. So like we have today, we have a lot of facts to bring here on the table, just to show that there was an error in the judgment, even though we have to respect the law. But the facts have to stand. We feel the judge was a bit passionate rather than factual.
And the consequences that
be
are suffering
is that now that judgment doesn't even put into place the plight of the Haitian people.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's Africa for Haiti?
Africa for Haiti is a response to the Haitian call, a united and compassionate effort that emerges from African Kenya Initiative, where we are teaming up with Haitians living in Kenya, Haitians living in diaspora, because as you know, Haiti is a country that has refugees all over in the Western Hemisphere. Most of the people moved due to the many issues that Haiti has been going through. And Haiti has suffered for a very long time. You remember in 2015, they had like a We Are the World concert for Haiti, trying to help Haiti, but it worked, but it didn't solve the problems. Haiti has got a myriad of problems. So we as Kenyans feel, as common Kenyans feel that it's time we unite as Pan-Africanists. Apart from the leaders, let's have a human touch. Let's have a soft side of things. Rather than just looking at it as a deployment, can we understand our cultures? Can we understand our needs? What can bring us together? Can we trade together? Can we exchange together? And that's what Africa for Haiti is. And in this sense, Africa for Haiti is a lobby group in support of the deployment, because we do understand the situation of the Haitian people in Haiti. And the call has been made to the United Nations, and Kenya was the first country to accept the call made by the United Nations at the Security Council under Resolution 2699.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about the deployment of Kenya's forces, in this case the police service.
Yes.
We'll talk about that in a bit.
Sure.
But what else does this lobby group do for? Because let's look at what's happening in Haiti. This is not a 2023 thing or even a 2024 thing.
Yes.
We're talking about 60 years.
60 years.
Okay?
Yes.
There's been war, there's been conflict, there's been governance issues. We have gangs who have been in the presidential palace and assassinated not one, not two, presidents. So we're not talking about your
common
run-of-the-mill conflicts where people are jumping up and down and then they're sprayed with tear gas. This is some serious stuff. So what does this lobby group actually do, and who is the target? The people of Haiti? Are we talking about governance issues? Are we talking about humanitarian aid? What exactly does the lobby group then seek to do? Let's talk about deployment later.
Okay. So we seek to create awareness, global awareness to this fact. As you know, the Haitian mission has been approved by the United Nations. So it's like whatever the United Nations approves becomes like a law. You understand? And state parties are obligated to implement that to the letter. And in fact, so one thing that we'd like to bring forward is the misconceptions that are there and the lack of awareness among even Kenyan people and the diaspora. You find that a lot of people are looking at this mission in a negative perspective, right? And forgetting the historical significance of who Haiti is. Haiti is actually the first black republic of African people in the world. That's during the slavery, you remember? They fought the slave master and were able to defeat him and set up a black independent state within the Western Hemisphere. Secondly, Haiti they were colonized by the French later on, and they were able to defeat Napoleon, the great Napoleon of France, and bring him down. That shows you the resilience of Haiti. And in fact, as a Kenyan, I'm inspired by Haiti's historical significance, because that same strength and determination is what that inspired the African independence movement. Because as you remember, during that time, there was a lot of racism, there was a lot of apartheid, there was segregation, there was everything. Black people didn't have a right or a say. So we didn't have a pedestal or a light to look up onto that can lead the way. So if you look at the Mau Mau rebellion and the other countries like Quinzinga in Angola and many other African states that did have a revolution or a revolt against the colonial masters, Haiti therefore stands a great part. And I want to quote what His Excellency the President said during his speech at the UN. Africa owes Haiti. I personally feel like a Kenyan, we owe Haiti. Look at the peace and tranquility Kenya is enjoying because of the freedom that we have. Haiti has not had the chance, and rightly, like you said in your question, for 60 years they haven't seen peace. So unless now we look at it from a different perspective, and I know lots of people are saying, oh, this is puppetry, this is imperialism, and that's why people don't understand. Today at the Security Council, one country that funds peace missions globally is the United States of America, isn't it? And you all know that.
Funds
like yes, you know, peace mission.
Right.
We even start nearby here in Somalia and in other countries in Africa. So trying to point and blame the US for drafting the resolution was not the right idea. The right thing that we're supposed to be looking at is the plea that was not made by the US. It is the Haitian government that made the plea to the United Nations. Independently, okay? Because like you rightly said, the situation in Haiti is not like anywhere else in the world. I think it's the only country where it's been run by gangs. That gangs have occupied the state house. And the government that is remaining is in a quarter, like a small part of Port-au-Prince, the capital city of Haiti. So the needs are dire. Then therefore, we're also looking at the humanitarian part. It's holistic. You cannot just look at it one way. And that's why we're looking at it also as a humanitarian aspect, by bringing and galvanizing their awareness.
So the approach then, what's the approach? Is the approach to go and fight off these gangs and get them off Port-au-Prince?
Yes.
Or is the approach another political dimension? What is the approach seeking to understand why the situation is as it is today in Haiti, and looking at the historical perspective and the various players in that conflict?
Indeed. On the side of enforcement and law and order, we leave that to the Security Council and its instruments and treaty that was signed, United Nations Security Council Resolution 2699. We are approaching this on a soft kind of dimension, okay? People to people. What activities we plan to take is probably where I need to start from. We want to orchestrate a series of activities that will include an Africa for Haiti Unity Concert, in the sense that we want to have a unity concert here in Nairobi, hopefully before deployment, where we will bring several musicians and entertainers who are part of the almost 10 countries that are going for the peace mission. Because the dire need of Haiti came as an emergency. This is actually like an emergency response. So there was no time to plan ahead for this. So things are falling in place as we move.
So what does the concert do?
So the concert will bring the voice of the Haitian people, because the different artists that will participate within that concert will amplify the needs and the dire needs that the world needs to focus on. You see, like what happened in many countries when there's a disaster and there's a concerted effort and there's an awareness that is raised and the consciousness of the world and the global world comes together in unity to support that. And that's what the Haitian people need. I want to take you back.
So what do you want to see as the outcome of that concert?
Exactly. The outcome is, first, like I said, raise global awareness for the plight of the Haitian people.
True.
Secondly, is to be able to generate Africa and CARICOM to stand together. You see, CARICOM is the AU of the Caribbean islands, right? And CARICOM has also contributed to this mission.
Okay.
So we want to bring the CARICOM countries together, their artists together, so that we can raise the global awareness on this matter. Secondly, we also want to propagate and show that this mission is not about imperialism. This mission is a pan-African mission, like our president said when he gave his speech during the United Nations General Assembly. You remember that? So we are saying that indeed this is an African-led mission. Kenya, and I just want to point out a bit also about the judgment at this juncture. For the Mwita to claim that we cannot deploy police is a misnomer. Kenya has deployed police to Somalia. Isn't that outside Kenya? Kenya has deployed police to Sierra Leone. Isn't that outside Kenya, even outside the jurisdiction of East African community? Kenya has deployed police in Sudan, Southern Sudan. So
when?
It's there, it's factual. I have the facts. In fact, I had come with them printed. But
since 2010, how many police deployments have we had?
At least 3 or 4.
Since 2010?
Yes, before 2010 was the Sierra Leone. But the Southern Sudan is a current occurrence.
Which one?
Somali, Southern Sudan. Yes, police deployment.
When?
It's there, brother.
Deployed as the police or as part of the peacekeeping force?
No, deployed as police. Can I just get it for you once?
Yes.
It's here. Yes. Kenya police officers have a proven track record in international peacekeeping missions. They have served in various conflict zones, including Southern Sudan, Somalia, Liberia, where they have played significant role in maintaining peace and stability. And that is actually what the UN
I'm
resolution...
not arguing with that. I'm just arguing. I'm asking
the experience equipped them with the skills and knowledge needed to navigate challenging situations, making them very valuable assets in volatile environments such as Haiti.
My question is, after 2010, which deployment of police has happened?
That's what I'm saying. I may not.
Judge Mwita,
I may not have
Judge
the
Mwita
dates.
used the Constitution, Constitution of Kenya 2010,
yes,
in saying that this is unprocedural, unconstitutional.
Yes.
Because there's now the Constitution creates an entity called the National Security Council and says the National Security Council does not have the mandate to deploy police officers outside the country. And that's what you're arguing against. And you're saying that this is wrong. Right? So when you say that this is wrong because it has happened before, I'm asking you to give us the insight.
I'm giving you the insight, and the example I want to use.
By the National Security Council has deployed police officers outside Kenya.
The one I want to use is the AMISOM mission. AMISOM. You see the AMISOM?
Yeah.
The AMISOM was after the 2010 Constitution.
Who was deployed?
Kenya police have been deployed. Yes. To train, to offer expertise, You understand? To the
No,
police
I don't
in
understand.
Haiti. Yes, I'm going to get it for you. Just a minute.
Okay.
Just a second, I'm just downloading. Yes, but as it downloads, you know the fact that Somali newly deployed police officers from Kenya fully induct into AMISOM.
Which year was this?
I'm just downloading it. Just a second.
Okay, so as it downloads,
yes, here you go. Here we go. So the United Nations Resolution 2628 has authorized African Union Peace and Security Council to reconfigure AMISOM and replace it with African Union Transition Mission in Somali, effective 1st of April. Newly deployed police officers from Kenya fully induct AMISOM. A group of Kenya police officers newly deployed in Somali as individual police officer IPOs has completed a 1-week induction course aimed at educating them on the mandate of the African Union AMISOM. You understand? So this was done. It's there. It's factual. AMISOM has deployed police officers.
What was the process of sending the police officers there?
Similar to what we have. It's an agreement. The Somali government requested the Kenya police. It's there in Police Service Act. I think even in Judge Mwita's judgment, he actually acknowledged that the Police Service Act does provide for that deployment when we have an arrangement of some sort with the country that is requesting.
The Police Service Act?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Were they deployed by the National Security Council?
The National Security Council is the body organ given mandate.
Can I explain?
Given mandate by the Constitution overall all security organs.
Let's look at this very carefully.
All security
Let's look at this
organs.
very carefully here. AMISOM,
yes,
the folks who were actually in positions of force, war, were made up of KDF.
Yes.
And this is the constitution that we see that we must be very clear about.
Very clear.
Police officers were brought in to carry out civilian work in the area of conflict because this was something very clear, even at that time, the Inspector General of Police, for this deployment that you speak of. The police officers were brought in to carry out civilian work because defense forces could not do that in a position of conflict. So police officers were not carrying out positions of force.
You see, the question on this table is, have they been deployed or not? Let me tell you, wait, ma'am. Situation in Somalia was different. Hold on. Yes. From the situation we have in Haiti. And secondly, I want to point out that the procedure was followed. The procedure to Haiti was followed clearly at law level. Because, hold on.
Judge has said
no.
not
I
followed.
I just want to point out the procedure. I'm not talking about the actual deployment.
Okay.
I'm saying the procedure.
Yeah.
The United Nations resolution was made 2699 last year. And Kenya accepted together with other countries. And by the way, if you look online, those countries have no issue. The only issue is that we have activists, professional activists who will run to court to block the government on anything and everything. However, moving on, once the United Nations Security Council made that resolution, I want to point out first, foremost, the procedure. Are member states of the UN legally obligated to comply with the Security Council decision? Number one, the Security Council has primary responsibility for maintenance of international peace and security. It has a member, 15 members, and each member under the Charter. All member states are obligated to comply with the Council's decision. So all Kenya did, all His Excellency the President did, all Kindiki did was to follow and comply as a member state of the United Nations.
If that was the case, and I'm going to stop you there, if that was the case, why did we not see every single member of UNGA, the 100 something nations, complying if it was obligatory?
Let me tell you.
Hold on. Because what we are saying here is, here is a suggestion to the world. Haiti needs help. There was no hammer to your head that said, you must do this and you must comply, such as what you're suggesting. Because if that was the case, every single country that subscribes to the United Nations would be sending troops.
Indeed, but you see, there is democracy in the United. There's democracy in the United Nations. No.
Mixing issues.
You're the one mixing.
Because
you're asking.
Said,
no.
Ma'am. You've just said that because it has come from the Security Council, everybody who hears what the Security Council has said is obligated to comply. Now you're saying there's democracy.
No,
which one
you're
is
not
it?
understanding me.
Please let
me take you a step before that. So what the UN Security Council does and the Secretary General, they make, once a country like Haiti comes with an appeal, it goes to the UN Secretary General, and the UN Secretary General takes it forward to the council, and the council have a deliberation with it, and then one of the council members, because I said there are 15, drafts a resolution, sawa, and in this case it was drafted by the US. Kenya and its global position in peacekeeping missions, and in every time there is an appeal for peace, law and order, Kenya has always risen to the position. So Kenya and especially the world was waiting for countries like Kenya who have always risen to this position.
The world
and
of the
Kenya
US.
And Kenya rose to that position.
So they didn't have to comply.
Yes, and agreed. No, wait.
We must be
it
careful
is
with
voluntarily. Listen. What I'm trying to say is this. That's why I'm taking you. That's why I'm taking you step by step.
The steps I understand. Trust me.
So
I
not every country has the experience like Kenya.
You know, if you
in peacekeeping missions,
even if you raise your voice, the facts remain the same.
I'm sorry, not raising my voice.
We are talking. You cannot mix democracy and the intent to comply in the same sentence. If you make a suggestion from a voluntary point of view as a nation, that is up to you. The Security Council does not make it mandatory for you to take up a position. If there is a global expectation and you rise to the occasion, that is very different from saying that the Security Council, you will be forced because the Security Council has said 1, 2, 3, you must comply. So let's put this thing to bed.
We rose to the occasion.
Exactly. So you didn't have to comply.
No, we rose to the occasion because of the plea. Like the Somalis, like Congo,
but
like all other countries that Kenya has gone before.
Remember that this resolution, as it was arrived at, was brought about by the United States.
This resolution was not brought about by the United States.
Listen to what I said.
It was brought by the Haitian people.
The resolution, as it was arrived at, was suggested by the United States. I'm not going to go away from that because it is factual. It is there.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
It was one nation that suggested.
Yes.
Ask yourself.
Was it vetoed?
Ask yourself.
Was it vetoed? Why wasn't it vetoed? If it was wrong for the deployment, you know how the Security Council operates.
I'm asking a question and I need you to answer it because you are in the lobby group here and it's very important the things that you're asking people to come and support you on. Okay? To have an understanding of what happened in the background. It's very important. Indeed. And I'm saying if you comply to something, one nation who made the suggestion in the very beginning, who has veto power in the Security Council, who came out and made a suggestion, guess what? It's not sending troops. Did you know that?
What?
The United States?
Oh my. You know, you speak like you have no knowledge of the history of Haiti. America has tried severally even to send troops.
I'm talking about
you see,
now.
yes, now they're not sending troops because, and you have to give me an opportunity. Because it's like you're trying to sell a certain narrative, which is not...
I'm trying to understand what your lobby group is doing.
Now, let me help you understand, because you might be talking about the UN. I don't work for the UN.
But you seem very clear about
yes, because it's knowledge you have to have in your fingertips. All right. The US historically has tried to help the Haitian matter. Okay. And in this essence, you can see the countries that are participating are CARICOM countries and African countries because we want to make it a Pan-African approach. We want to have it to be a Pan-African approach kind of mechanism, unlike how it has been before. And I want to point out to my sister that indeed, Kenya rose to the occasion like Kenya has risen to the occasion in many occasions.
Okay.
All right.
So this is about morality. So morally, you're saying that morally there's something. There's a connection between Kenya and African countries with Haiti.
Yes.
Morally, there's a need to do what is right.
Yes.
What is right is when your brother calls up
Yes.
for help, you do something.
You do something.
Legally, though.
Yes.
Legally,
yes,
you have to follow a certain procedure
Yes.
that is established in country.
Mhm.
Okay?
Mhm.
So let us separate those issues. What the matter was taken to court by Third Way Alliance and the others was challenging the legal process taken to approve this deployment. And what the judge responded to was what was taken before him.
Yes.
The legal process being followed to deploy these troops to Haiti. And the judge said it's unconstitutional. The institution that has brought this matter up should not bring this matter up. This still is, the government has said it's going to appeal this.
Yes.
Okay?
Rightly.
So let's not really argue on the legalities of this and
Yes.
that.
Yes.
As it stands,
Yes.
a competent judge with jurisdiction has said it's unconstitutional as it stands. Okay?
And
now, if you want to have the legal argument on whether or not this is legally true, whether the judge is right in his legal interpretation or not, I don't think we are in the place to do that, to discuss that.
Yes.
So let's go into, okay, the lobby group that you represent as the chief inspiration officer for Africa for Haiti is saying that, you know what, Kenyans, we need to find a way of coming to the aid of the people of Haiti.
Yes.
By deploying, is it police officers, or are you insistent on police officers, or are you insistent on deploying Kenyans to go and help restore peace?
Thank you.
Whether they are Kenyan police, Kenyan army, Kenyan military police.
You see,
are you fixated on it being Kenya from the National Police Service?
Before I go into that, I just want you to allow me to indulge a bit on that judgment. And I know you said rightly that we don't have to argue on that because it's constitutional. But the first point of the matter is the judge is not final.
He is not.
He may be a competent judge, but there is a court process that has not been exhausted.
True.
Secondly, if you read his judgment, the second part of his judgment pointed out a remedy. Okay? And you've heard, I think when we were coming into the show, the president was speaking on that matter. And he said that remedy, and already I want to say
What
that
is the remedy that
the
the
remedy
judge
is
recommended?
that Kenya and Haiti have established diplomatic ties. Sawa sawa? And that the pact was signed when the diplomatic pact was signed in New York when the president was at the General Assembly. So therefore, what we're going to do is regularize the relationship within the Kenya Police Service Act between the Kenya Police Service and the Haitian police.
Having reciprocity.
Yes,
Which
exactly.
is what the judge
so
says.
that then now the deployment, once it's compliable with the law, then the deployment can go on.
So you have no issue with what the judge said?
No, listen, the only thing is this. We hope that the judge would understand that
There's
urgency in this matter. And the Haitian people come first in this matter.
So we break the law?
No, we are not breaking the law. And because Kenya is a country of following the law, and that is why the president has said we are going to appeal and we are going to rectify as per what the law states. Because remember, like I told you, this was an emergency call, a global call, and Kenya rose to it. And you know also in Parliament, it allows the executive to implement and later on, regularize.
No,
hold on. You've seen that happen. Yes?
No.
Why?
Let's not make stuff up on the fly.
No, I'm saying you're not getting me. You remember like the Hustler Fund. Let me just take you back to the Hustler Fund.
Yes.
Please.
Hustler Fund. Let's hear this example.
Listen, just give me an opportunity.
Go on.
In Parliament, before anything is passed in Parliament, the executive there is a window of opportunity for the executive to implement a policy and regularize it later, like make it part of the law. Go to Parliament, like the Hustler Fund.
Okay, give us an example of the Hustler Fund.
Exactly.
What did the executive do?
The government established the Hustler Fund before it was established in Parliament.
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Wasn't that the argument?
The public finance management regulations
were
published by the National Treasury. They went through public participation. They went to Parliament.
Yes.
They were passed by Parliament. And then the president launched the Hustler Fund.
Yes.
Okay?
Exactly.
Parliament came first. And then the fund came second.
Yes.
I do not know.
There are situations.
Maybe there are those instances.
Yes.
I know I'm not the sharpest tool in this box. Maybe they're there where the executive can come up with a law, start implementing that law, and then go to Parliament and say, you see that law that we've been implementing, and we'll pass it. Maybe it's there, but I have never heard of it.
You know,
and maybe you can point us to that one where you say,
I think I don't want to be misquoted. What I'm trying to say, I don't want to be misquoted in this fact. What I'm trying to say, there is, because I'm not a lawyer, I would not argue it properly. But what I'm trying to say is that there is a window whereby government can propose to implement something and later on regularize it through the law in Parliament.
Where is that window, boss?
I need to get my information correct, but it's a matter of the law.
And are you suggesting that such a thing would happen in this instance?
No, what I'm suggesting is this. There was in this instance, there was nothing like that. But what I was saying is, the president of Kenya went to Parliament with this UN resolution, and the Parliament passed it. Okay? So Parliament, the role of Parliament is to make laws. Right? And the role of the judiciary is to interpret judicial matters or judicial issues. And that's why Kuro Koth, the Third Way Alliance, went to court. So the interpretation of the judicial issue that was brought before the court is what that has led to the judgment. But the procedure of coming up with the deployment and going there was followed as per the law, because it was passed by Parliament, and Parliament approved the deployment.
Wait, can we stop arguing about this? Because you've already said that the judge said there are some gaps that are missing in the process followed. And the president has acknowledged those gaps and said we are going to rectify those gaps. So now we can't go back and say there were no gaps.
No, there were gaps.
Okay. Yes.
But also, when you talk about Haiti and you talk about the ardent emergency need to save Haiti, Haiti has been independent since 1804.
Yes.
How many centuries?
2 centuries.
Exactly. In those 2 centuries, how many periods has it actually known peace?
Wow.
There's been more conflict than peace.
And that's the thing.
Now,
and that's the thing. You don't let your brother, when your brother is in trouble, you don't give up on him.
The United States occupied that country for 19 years. 1915 to 1934. Okay? That is after other people had. You see, the history of Haiti, Haiti, okay. What is this thing that the Kenyan troops, let's say everything was hunky-dory and we'd follow the law, everything is fine. What is this thing that we're going to do that is going to change this 2-century-old history of violence which just keeps escalating with time? What is this thing that we're going to do?
Number one is we're going to bring our expertise to their police force. Remember, Haiti lacks law and order, number one. These gangs have taken over the whole country. Women are being raped. There's a lot of killings. It's just ruthless, basically. And Kenya has experience, Kenyan police has experience with dealing with dangerous gangs.
No, nothing like Haiti.
No, I agree. I agree with you. But you see, they still have the experience. And globally, we have the experience. Sawa, globally, in the global standing. And the Kenya police has the capacity to train the Haitian police and build the Haitian to become much more equipped to deal with the gang matter.
Can you give 3 areas in which the Kenyan police is well equipped to train the Haitian police in the issues that they're dealing with currently? Just 3.
3 areas that the Kenyan police...
That they would go and equip.
Number one, Kenya has had an issue with dealing with gangs. You know, in the past, we've had issues with Mongiki and other people and other gangs in this country. And now we don't have those issues because the Kenyan police was able to stamp out those gangs. You know, also we've been able to deal with these things. Secondly, the level of professionalism within the Kenya police force in Africa and in the African context is one of the best, the professionalism. So they will be able to impart this on the police to deal with this. Then secondly, Kenya also has a good level of community policing. You know, even what lacks also in places like Haiti is instruments like community policing. Community policing is enshrined in our country, and the community policing idea. So those are three I've given you. Yes.
You know, everything that you've said is predicated on understanding that you're talking about a country which actually has law and order. Now, unfortunately, that is a thing that doesn't exist in Haiti. This thing we're talking about, law and order,
Yes. And that's where it should
Mungiki
be
existed.
restored.
Yes, it should.
Yes.
One would have hoped that 19 years of occupation by the U.S. would have done this. 19 years, a long time.
And that's why we said we don't want to go into that. What we are saying, we're looking at what is their need today. Brothers and sisters, let me bring you closer to the need, apart from the need of the Haitian gangs and all that. Haiti suffered the worst hurricane and cyclone and earthquake in a matter following each other.
Yeah.
One after the other. Sawa, these people have never recovered. They also suffered the same way we suffered with the global pandemic of COVID. These people have never recovered. Now, to make it much more worse is now the gang problem. So we want to look at the gang issue systematically and approach it systematically so that we can come to the aid of the mamamboga, of the common people in Haiti who are being ruled by the gangsters.
You've raised a very good point, actually. You've raised a very good point. I mean, at this rate, why stop? You've raised a very good point. You talk about a situation.
No, that, mamamboga is a common person.
It's a buzzword.
It's a buzzword, yes.
You raised something about another situation in which Haiti went through a very terrible situation. Let's just take Haiti. Let's even forget about all the issues that Kenya has right now that could need some kind of intervention. Let's leave Kenya. It doesn't matter. Let's send troops to Haiti. Okay? Now, hurricane. You talked about the hurricane. Did we see a rally from Africa, like this same kind of lobby group, to help with mitigation efforts, humanitarian needs, a rally call such as this?
2015. 2015.
Like you've said.
2015, there was We Are the World. Sorry. Go on, sister.
From Africa, did we see this kind of thing?
From Africa?
Your lobby group, I don't know how long.
No, we were not
Africa
existing by that time, by 2015.
Okay.
Yeah. Our existence came about due to the interactions that we've had with other youth globally. And so we decided that, look, it's high time us as African youth, not just Kenyan, because this is not a Kenyan matter. It's an African youth thing. What can we do to support these Haitian people? And that's how Africa for Haiti came. And we decided now we're not just going to sit there, we're going to come together and raise this awareness and approach whoever is there.
Okay.
And raise the awareness, and that's why I'm here today, so that I can raise the awareness and raise the bar for Kenyans to understand we're not going to Haiti because we are a puppet of the West. We're going to Haiti because Haiti comes from Africa.
Let me ask another question.
Haitian people are African people.
May I ask another one?
Yes.
CT brought up the fact that there have been nations with military might, military intelligence, all manner of resources at their disposal. One of those countries being the United States. And there's been occupation in Haiti for the last 2 decades. And if anything, the situation has deteriorated. So my question is, if a country, which many have a claim that is the strongest on the globe in terms of its military might and expertise, has not been able to invite and maintain a situation of peace, what then do we think will be done now that will be different from what the United States was not able to do?
Thank you. It's a beautiful question.
I thank you.
Just like the person who said it. Let me tell you, not so long ago, similar noise that we are hearing today was being made about the Somali matter. We were being told that KDF is going to occupy Somalia. And today, years later, after the AMISOM started, was the objective achieved?
Of occupying Somalia?
No. The objective of bringing peace and stability in Somalia. Today we have an active Somali government in government, isn't it? The people of Somali have a government in place.
It was there before.
No, hold on. What I'm saying, during Syed Barre, and then I want to also point out, the same US, right, went into Somali, Black Hawk Down. You remember? During the time they tried to go into Somali to restore peace, they were kicked out. They were chased out. They were defeated by the Somalis. But later on, Kenya came and AMISOM came and restored peace and stability in Somalia. And that is why Kenya is going to restore peace and stability, and not just Kenya alone. Antigua, Barbados, Suriname, Jamaica, you understand? All these African Caribbean countries are part of it.
What exactly is Kenya going to do in Haiti? I'm a bit confused.
Look, Kenya, according to what the deployment that has been brought about, that was brought to Parliament by, according to the Internal Security Minister, they're going to do it in phases, okay? Whereby they're going to deploy the police in different phases. And the mission, obviously the secrets of the mission are held secret by the government. We would not start speaking here on what the mission technicalities will entail. We are not in that position. And we would jeopardize the mission. So our work and my work is to create awareness, the global awareness.
Answer City's question.
Yes.
So what is Kenya going to do in Haiti?
Kenya is going to Haiti to assist the Haitian people in restoring law and order. First, to train the police.
So
it's a police.
It's an armed operation.
Yes, it is armed, and it's also going to entail all other aspects of the police service. There are those which are not about only arms. Like I said, community policing, where the police will have interaction with the people and bring peace, like they did in Somali. Remember, even 80% of the police deployed in Somali could not speak the Somalian language. They needed interpreters. We're also going to have interpreters.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So, are the gangs agreeable to this initiative?
Of course not. Which gang? In fact, listen to what they have said. They have threatened this initiative. And the gangs are out of order.
You know, the reason why I asked that question, may seem facetious. Just the other day here, we went to DRC. Just the other day, we took a peacekeeping mission to DRC. How did that one go? We were having problems even before we had landed. When we landed, there was problem after problem. In fact, the leader of that particular mission had to come back to Kenya. I'm simply saying the dynamics in a place like Haiti, they are so complex.
Yes, very complex.
And they are so rooted in the very fabric of that society that I cannot possibly see how a contingent of police officers from Kenya are going to resolve a 2-century-old problem. I cannot see.
No, we are not resolving a 2-century problem.
As a solution, City?
Yes, exactly.
You know,
where would the solution come from?
Yes.
The solution cannot be found if you don't involve those gangs. You see, the gangs, even if you look at their numbers, are fewer than the population of the people in Haiti.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So when gangs thrive, it has to be with some compliance with the citizenry. Mungiki, as we've told, they wouldn't have thrived if they weren't serving some need that the community has. And usually, when gangs are up and about, it means law and order broke down a long time ago. Because what they do is they provide the same services, albeit a little on the dramatic side, that the law enforcement of a country ought to provide. Gangs only survive because there is a gap. In the absence of a gap, gangs cannot thrive in any
In this case,
so this mission is going to seal the gap.
In this case,
yes, that's what I'm saying.
No,
I'm
in this
asking
case, that is not the case. Haitians are suffering under the gangs. There is no level of structure.
How do you know this?
No, I'm telling you, because the gangs are different gangs.
So how do you know
You see,
this?
like, if you go to a certain part of Haiti, they've got a different gang. If you go to another part, it's not structured.
You see,
and that's why it
those
doesn't require deployment of the army.
Those gangs
it requires
are
police.
Like
this is level of police. Police security mechanisms are the ones who deal with gangs.
You see,
you understand?
What we're calling gangs here, for them to thrive, they're like a quasi-government, and these machete-wielding, gun-wielding, that's the security forces of that government in each of those places. They're in control. This is simply, what I'm trying to say is, by the time they are in control, they didn't wake up in the morning and got into control. It started off as a ragtag outfit. Over time, people joined it and they became bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That they're armed means they have the money to buy the arms.
And that they have support.
Yes.
What is it about Haiti? Why does this one country have such a long-running conflict? And yet, many international actors are all interested in this conflict in one way or another.
That's a very,
what is it about
very
Haiti?
good question. In fact, as a Pan-African, I ask myself that question severally. Haiti is number 2 to Congo
in
minerals.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And most of the countries that have minerals, you see, they are prone to conflict. There is always an external hand bringing this strife to the country. And even those gangs, perhaps what they are doing is they are mining these minerals and being able to sell them in the black market, where the Haitian people are not benefiting either way from the proceeds
Do we
of
know
such.
this?
Yes, it's there. It's been, look, the Haiti issue has been researched. For the United Nations to come up with that resolution.
So what are the gangs doing? The gangs, you say the gangs are
The gangs are raping, they are
mining
killing
the natural resources and selling them to the international market.
Black market to raise funds to continue oppressing the people of Haiti. Okay? And that is why it will be approached in a different way, systematically, systemically. You're not just going to go like that, like you said rightly. There will be also areas of mediation. You understand? Peace processes like this will require mediation, isn't it? There are some places where you'll tell and give them the opportunity to seize arms, and drop their weapons, isn't it? And tell them, come, let's discuss. There will be a window, I'm sure, for the gangs to be given the opportunity to be part of a united Haitian approach towards peace and prosperity. So you're right. The approach will be different. Yes.
But are you talking about what is on paper, or are you talking about what you hope?
It's what is on paper.
You're hoping that the approach will be different.
And you'll be surprised. By the time we're doing our concert, and we will invite you officially, and we'll give you a ticket to attend, you will see the level of the cry of the real Haitian people. And that is a voice we want to bring out. The Haitian people, like you said, my brother said, he's wrong to a certain degree. They don't reciprocate with the gangs. They in no point have agreed to the gangs to continue ruling them. And that is why Africa for Haiti wants to amplify the true voice of the women, the youth, the children, the elderly who are suffering under these gangs.
Okay.
And they're
When
not
is the concert going to be?
It's we're targeting 2nd of March.
Okay.
Yes.
In Nairobi?
Yes, in Nairobi. And then there will be a series of events. I want to read it out for you. So
we'll start with this just the second of March, because you're running out of
yes,
time.
the first concert will be held in Nairobi, like I said, in the month of March. And then we're going to have continuous panel discussions and workshops in New York, Miami, where we have a Haitian community.
Okay.
And then we're also going to have a head of states or Ministry of Foreign Affairs, UN mission countries meeting with CARICOM.
Okay.
Then we're also going to have a United Nations multinational support mission. And last but not least,
in Nairobi,
we are going to have a humanitarian
Thank you very
concert
much for joining us.
in Port
Our time is up.
Prince
Chief Inspiration
in December
Officer at
2024.
Africa for Haiti Lobby. He's been our guest this morning. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. 10 a.m. See you in February.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. President William Ruto has returned to the country from a trip to Rome, Italy, where he was among several African leaders in the capital, Rome, for the Italy-Africa Summit, which was aimed at boosting relations between Africa and the European nation. It was also aimed at boosting investment in African countries as a strategy to